Oh, there we go. I don't know why I was on default. Hi, everyone. Burn went out for Haruhiko? Yeah, it's looking dire, everyone. I'm glad to see everyone in the chat. You know what? I'm starting a new initiative inspired by Raven. And anyone who types first is now just given the first role in the Discord until further notice. we are just gonna keep a tally now. Okay. Let's get this started, actually. I'm quite stoked, to say the least. Surely this is... There we go. Alright. Man, this... just coming back into it is so bloody up. Okay. I wonder if I have anything to say right now before I go on. Not really. I'm... Spellcaster... Yeah, it's so... There's just a lot going on here, including the... What is that? Shards of glass? Jesus. Okay, well, let's just talk to... Wait, can I get the mic? Can I get the Monokuma file from you?
Oh, Maeda-kun. Welcome back.
Monokuma, why are you here?
Gee, why treated me so harshly? I served you a meal as promised, didn't I? Did you eat your food?
I didn't have time for your nonsense jokes with you. Disappear!
Why are you so angry, I wonder? Anyways, I've forgotten something, so I came to deliver it to you.
The file, right? Yeah, the file.
It's the Monokuma File 4!
Oh, right.
Quick reaction, Maeda-kun. You baka? Mulberry!
Monokuma file 4. It's already the 4th file. No, let's stop thinking like that. So Haruhiko get dragged like King Hector? King Hector! My only option is to think about the case. It's the Monokuma file left behind by Monokuma. Cusco poison. The poison that killed Cusco. It doesn't seem like much help, but I'll have to read it first. The victim is Haruhiko Kobishikawa. The estimated time of death is about 6 a.m. The body was found in the arsenal. The cause of death was excessive bleeding due to a gunshot wound to the right chest. In addition, the index finger and the middle finger of his right hand were ruptured and broken. Gunshot wound. From the first time I saw the arsenal at the ballroom, I guessed it vaguely. But from this fact, the intake seems to be a gun. The time of death here is about 6 a.m. Yeah, how do you feel about Haru being dead? I'm honestly not that shocked. I think I had him in my about to die list. No, I think my death list for this chapter was like both Satsuki and what's the name, and Haruhiko, with like third up being probably Kinjo, depending on how his development went. The time of death here is about 6 a.m. Time was lost when I spent it in the ballroom, but when I went to the dormitory to change my clothes a little earlier, I checked the current time was around 9 a.m. That means Haruhiko's death was less than 3 hours. I got up after listening to the announcement at 7 a.m. this morning. The incident really happened quite early this time. This time, the time of death is properly written. And I guess the cause of death, too. There was a trap in the Monokuma file for the previous case. There was a confusion of the time because it didn't write down whether it was AM or PM. But fortunately, there seems to be no doubt about this Monokuma file. But that's it. This Monokuma file is just that. No special clues to be found in it. No, at least we can know the estimated time of death. Let's take a note of it. I just completely, like, ran that through. I just, like, it took none of that. The estimated time is about 6 AM. The body was found in the arsenal. The cause of death is successive being due to a gunshot. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now I'm gonna keep it in. So are we not gonna talk about the skunk? Okay, it's just there for the fashion, and the Luger is the... Wouldn't have been an issue if they just used military time? Military time is... it's too extra. Huh? Suddenly, while investigating the corner of the wall, I saw something out of place. It's a gun. Why is it so far away in the corner of the room? I picked it up and... I picked up... Okay, so it's not just me. This sentence is really weird. I picked it up off the floor and checked it. I felt the heavy, peculiar feeling of how real it was, but I couldn't find anything particularly strange. It's just a gun that doesn't change much like the other guns that are on display. Is it just a little far away?
Maeda, what are you doing?
Huh? What is it? Teria?
You should take your hands off that gun right now.
Wait, this must be some misunderstanding. I was just trying to investigate over here.
That gun! It'll blow up!
What?
Eh?
Blow up? What are you talking about?
What are you doing? Now you've decided to kill. It's a shame for me to tell you this, but it'd be a big deal if I were in your shoes right now.
Why is it not showing? Yeah.
If he actually does die, please know I'm not spoiling this. Have joking theory. Yeah, no.
I'm aware most of the shitpost theories here like are about on the same level as me. So unless if it's like if it's an unfamiliar face that just like I've heard a lot of horror stories about Humbug about how the DRA fandom or whatever just like loves spoiling shit, but like I haven't really felt that so far.
It'd be a big deal if I were in your shoes right now. So never touch that gun.
That's not it. I was just trying to investigate. This is a misunderstanding.
Why would I try to kill you? Eh? You want to try to shoot me?
Do you like any ships in DRA? I mean, I can't really say that I'm like a real like shipping person right now. I just like I'm more of like a dynamic enjoyer. and in that case, I am whatever Kinjo's on. That's right. So what did you mean by this blowing up? Mitch killed him? Mitch Cole Corporate Theory strikes once again?
Forget it, it's nothing!
What? Harry's sudden behavior is strange, but according to his words, this could be dangerous. So I put the pistol in its original position and decided to leave it alone. However, Harry's strange remarks feels like something's odd. I'll take note of it. Okay. Just... what the hell is this supposed to be? The smoke grenade and flashbang rolling on the floor. Ugh, the smell. This is the source of the smoke. It was a military smoke screen that was often used for strategic purposes in modern warfare. As it was on the ground and still spreading a little bit of smoke from it. Also close to the smoke bomb, there was a flash grenade that had been used and became an empty steel barrel. Flashbang and smoke screen. These were also... When Terry and I opened the door at first to the arsenal this morning, in an instant, tremendous light and sound came upon me. At the same time, the smoke screen spread like a mist. I originally thought Kinji was going to be Chapter 4 culprit. This is... this is why I don't really feel like doing like the initial like guesswork just like from the prologue or whatever, because like if one card is set up wrong, the whole tower just collapses. Like you have no more line of reasoning. Kinji comes to life and he doesn't again. Don't worry, heroes. Kinji trying the Jesus Christ gimmick? Looking at this far, no matter what I think, these grenades can be affirmed as the cause of the situation. I don't even bother doing predictions because each time I do it's terribly wrong. Yeah, pretty much. Bro, this is Jesus Christ strategy. The question is, who would do this, and what happened while we were confused? Was it also the culprit? In the most realistic case, when we opened the arsenal, the killer was already inside the arsenal. Even if it was estimated from the time of death of Haruhiko, the timing was right. But in an absolute super soundproof arsenal, no matter how loud it was, it would have been impossible to be noticed. Wait, how to die for our killing games? Remember when you had to wear condos because you got a prediction wrong? It's a real rough spot, hero. There's only one entrance to the arsenal. In order to escape, they would have no way but to meet us outside. Was the smoke screen and flashbang used to avoid that encounter? However, when I recall the situation in the morning, it would be difficult to say that a person would artificially come out at the same time as we opened the door. Oh, no, wait. This is... A thick wooden plank was stuck in the inner handle of the arsenal door, and now is in the state of being doubled towards the opening of the door. Something that I heard right before opening the door with Teria this morning. Looks like it was this wooden board. The overall development that can be inferred so far is the thick plank clasped in the door of the arsenal. And the flashbang and smoke grenades were both placed on the plank. If that happens, when you forcefully open the door from the outside, the board gets crushed and the placed grenades fall to the floor. That shock triggered the grenades. Something feels weird. In the end, if it was meant to be used by the killer to get out of the arsenal from an enormous light and sound, was it necessary to use this cumbersome method? I can't even guess what the killer's goal was. Oh my god, hold on. I need to like... It's... I forgot to post this on the Discord a while back because I've been meaning to just like because like I've always wanted to like post like the base PNG stuff with like the sprite work that I use for these streams, but now that I remembered, I'm just gonna post this to like stream chat. Let's go. I probably remember to do it. Okay. How are we gonna address the blood work here? I was just like funny. Oh, Maida-kun. Tyra, what are you doing without investigating? I'm sorry. The body is so terrible. I understand it's hard. We can't help it. We have to do it. We have to do our own investigation as far as we can. I know. It's been about a week since we had a Kun's case. I'll do my best. Thank you. I want to ask you something. It's noisy. Since when did you get along with me talking so freely? Get lost. You... Even so, I thought we would have cooperated a little by passing the same point of death, but it seems to have gotten worse. In this case, it might be better to cooperate with Kinjo as much as possible with this limited time. As usual? Nothing changed? Yo, what is this? Yeah, what is this? At first, there was no distinction from the tin blood on the floor, but when I looked closely, I felt it was like the remnants of something other than blood was struck on the floor. A gun. Is it really? It was so disastrously destroyed that there was almost no form left. But I almost thought of a gun in a form of parts. Yeah, it kind of looks like a bit of a grip, no? He has a tummy ache, needs Pepto-Bismol. Yo, someone must have been real mean, like, cause like, all of the supply of the Pepto-Bismol was just thrown out like haphazardly like this, like. I'm convinced the only reason nobody else is trying to kill Tsurugi yet was because they were scared of him. Or, It wasn't just because of the destruction, but a large amount of blood with each piece of it. Because of the lighting on the floor, it was difficult to see clearly. How can it be destroyed this way, though? It's like seeing a bloody octopus. No, that doesn't make any sense. While observing the remains of the destroyed gun, I suddenly found something noticeable. This gun, it's loaded with bullets. In my mind, I checked around the other guns, but all the magazines were empty. This is the only one destroyed. A small number of bullets were loaded. The arsenal is basically unloaded, and the bullets who were loaded separately are stuck on the magazine. I'm sorry, what? What is this wording? This language is so weird, I'm not even gonna lie. The fact that the only one loaded with the bullet is this gun means it's a possibility that this is the murder weapon. I don't know about that. This translator was so damn tired, bro. Yeah, this is 5 a.m. work. It's no longer 3 a.m. It's the dawn of morning. Translator wasn't being paid enough. The translator wasn't being paid at all. Period. This is a free work. Sounds like a pretty important clue. Let's be careful to remember this. There's blood splattered in this area too. I was trying to check the condition of the guns in display. There was blood on the display, but when I looked up close, I witnessed a more grotesque sight. Oh! That's a little gnarly. Fingers! It was human fingers, no matter how you looked at it. And of course, the owner of these fingers was... Haru. I know Haruhiko's body had a ruptured hand in addition to the gunshot wound in the chest. Among them, his index finger and the middle finger fell off from it. His fingers lie here as proof. But why are his fingers here? At first glance, it was far away He was far away from Haruhiko's body. From the shape of the blood, it seems like he began to walk after his fingers got cut. What? Yeah, it's quite the same to Renan-chan. No, it's the opposite. It's likely that this was rather his body move. Despite taking a glance on the floor. So they... Why is it like winding? If that was the case. I should consider the possibility that the killer moved the body for some reason. I guess to potentially obfuscate like whatever secret room there might be, but I still really don't want to entertain that theory. I couldn't see it properly because of the smoke, but when I suddenly stopped to look at it, I could find that there was an unnatural blood stain on the floor. You think? Blood traces danced throughout the arsenal as Haruhiko wandered around the arsenal being shot. What is this unnatural blood stain? It's only obvious that it's Haru's blood, but rather than trying to run away after being shot just by looking at blood spot, it seems that he was trying to move in the arsenal all over the place. So he was literally like trying to loot the killer for like 5 gens. Bro thought he was in Dead by Daylight. Simply put, it was so bizarre. It's reasonable to assume that this degree of descriptive blood was made by the killer dragging Haruhiko unconscious. Well, for now, I can only think of it as a possibility, but there must be some reason for the blood to be left in this way. Hinjo. Maeda. In the end, I can't hide the awkward mood. Hinjo told me to focus only on the investigation, but I was still worried about it. Just... Yes? Do you have anything to ask about the case? Well... I mean, Haruhiko's body. He wasn't killed instantly, right? Indeed. In fact, there's a hole in the chest. And even in the Monokuma file, it's said to be an excessive bleeding death due to a gunshot wound. A gun. Until now, thanks to the layout of the school, there were murders with items that would be common in everyday life. Guy that tries to get everyone to commit mass suicide without nothing happened. He was doing the nonchalant gimmick with that. He doubled down on that shit. It's like, yeah, I was of sound mind. I think that would be a person who was shot to death. It's fine. You guys might not be familiar, but I have my fair share with gunshots. If there's something you don't know, it's fine, it happens. Is it because the incident happened? Even though there was a conflict less than 24 hours ago, Hinjo wasn't much different from the way he usually treats me. Well, maybe it's the gun in the chest wound. Would it be better to see this as an immediate death? No, I don't think Haruhiko was close to an immediate death. Huh? Why is that? Even if it was on the chest, it's not the heart. It's the right chest. The bullet passed through the body. Since it wasn't stuck, it would have been possible to move for a short amount of time, rather than die immediately. It wasn't stuck. It means it penetrated the body? Wouldn't it be more dangerous then? There's surprisingly many people who think that way, but in reality, it's better for a bullet to pass through the body than to be stuck in it. There are 3 types of layer damage to a body. One is bleeding, another is burning. The last one is the impact of a bullet's kinetic energy. If you look at it one by one, it's difficult to inflict greater damage due to the small surface area. In case of burns, it is rare that you die from excessive bleeding. In case of burns, and it is rare that from excessive bleeding you die immediately. But the story of a shock caused by kinetic energy is different. Maeda.
If you get hit with a fist or a bat, it would be difficult to move due to the impact, right? That's... well... if you're an ordinary person who doesn't even have special training, that'd be even worse. Why add that clarifying? Similarly, when a bullet gets stuck inside the body, all the kinetic energy turns into shock energy, creating an instantaneous large space in the body. The fact that this space has been created means that the body has been greatly shocked. The shock will cause negligible damage and damage to the surrounding organs as well. Or, really? I'm not sure what you mean exactly, but anyways. That means penetration is a better alternative than getting stuck, right? That's what it means. In fact, in some foreign countries, there are bullets that split the front part of the bullet and cause fragments that get stuck into the butt. You mean hollow points? That's terrible. The bullet did this. It was a fatal injury to be hit by this bullet, whether it was stuck or was pierced in the body. Especially in the case of Haruhiko, as Maeda said. The chest was hit, so even if it was pierced, there's a high possibility that a hole in his lungs was exploded. What is this tangent? As I said before, it's only less shocking, and he must have died shortly after having difficulty breathing and bleeding. It's hard. Guns should only be cheap for the wicked. Unless it's in an extreme game. This is an extreme situation. It doesn't really seem like it needs to be talked about. Anyways, I'll move to another place since the arsenal has been abruptly investigated. Make sure to carefully investigate something. If you find something, let me know, Maeda. Kinjo. There was an incident yesterday and he seemed a lot more unstable recently. But it seems everything is okay because of the current one. He's like a vampire, but like instead of blood, it's just the necessity to solve crimes. Does it only me that have a hard time to deal with it? Seriously, Kinjo's a different person from the first time we met. The first time he was hostile to us, and the time of the investigation. But for now, let's check what Kinjo told me. I didn't really understand it at all, but in summary, better to be pierced from the bullet than having it stuck. And Haruhiko's case was the latter. Was it like this? This is a pistol. It's located in the immediate vicinity of Haruhiko. This pistol could be the weapon that killed Haruhiko. Or so I thought, but soon I realized it was wrong. The guns were all scattered on the floor. There wasn't only one gun that fell on the floor. Perhaps it was the criminal's action, as most of the guns that fell to the floor were mixed randomly. From this point on, I didn't know which gun was the one that directly killed Haruhiko. It would be difficult to conclude that this is the gun used for the killing just because it was the closest one. It seems that the guns were all scattered in order that the real one be found. Let's just check things out. Okay. Well, time for the elephant in the room. It's Haruhiko's body. It's no different from our friends who have died so far. Its cold, empty eyes. You are alive today, because you are dead. Don't you think this is absurd? There was no way that Haruhiko, who passed away in such a devastating manner, would answer me. But the class trial still remains. If you can't find the culprit who killed you, you'll all die. By all means, I'll find the one who killed you, Haruhiko. I won't make your death in vain. After expressing minimal condolences to Haruhiko, as in making me pray, I began to investigate his body. First, the fatal wound that could be considered as the direct cause of death must be a gunshot wound to the chest. In the case of the friends who died so far, they used a hammer, a knife or plaster weapon that makes the murder weapon bloody. In the case of Haruhiko, it was because Monokuma prepared an arsenal. He was shot because the treasure provided an inspiration to kill him. However, I don't really know how to deal with this, as ordinary students like me don't have the slightest idea of how one feels as being shot. The murder weapon's a gun. Even if it was a gun, what kind of gun was it? and in addition to the gunshot wound in the chest, something suspicious. Haruhiko's right hand. Ugh. His right hand was devastatingly destroyed so much that I couldn't see it with my eyes open. It was literally destroyed. The index and middle fingers were completely amputated, and the remaining fingers were torn to pieces in the skin. I'm sure Haruhiko got his wound from being shot to the chest, but what in the world? How did the other wound... Sorry, the wound on his right hand? No matter how much I think about it, I don't think my hand would look like this if I was shot by a bullet. Rather than a gun, it's like you got caught in a dynamite-like explosion. Yuki would describe his experience getting shot like that one 4chan post that said, "We 9 get shot." I think it's a little seared when I look at it closely. I wonder what kind of gun it was that shot Haruhiko. And it is urgent that we find out the identity of the object that caused the wound on the right hand. There were no more noticeable clues, and I couldn't see any more of my friend's terrible body, so I decided to stop and get up. Okay. I don't believe there's more. At least in this room, yeah. Yeah, well, she has her priorities straight. Satsuki, why are you standing still doing what? Yuki, what am I supposed to do? Is it because it's Haru? It seems horrible, but now we have no choice but to investigate, even if it sounds cheap. In order to survive. To survive, is it? Satsuki? No, yeah. Investigation. I have to. Yeah. She was so quiet that it wasn't like Satsuki at all, the girl that went rampant like always. It seems that Haruhiko's death hurt more on her than any of us. I can't wait for her to be the killer. Kurokawa, you were here. What about the arsenal investigation? I did it. Roughly. You weren't supposed to do it roughly. Maeda, I want you to listen to me. Huh? There's a problem with the alibis. I can think of a lot of things. During dawn, I kept monitoring the hallway. You were Kurokawa? Mm-hmm. Are you okay? I didn't really know, but you could have died because of hunger. It's okay. I'm used to it. You're used to it. Anyways, about the alibis. My room is right next to the arsenal. Unfortunately, because of the soundproof, I couldn't hear anything inside the arsenal. Only the sound of the arsenal door opening and closing could be heard. That means you saw it? You saw who went into the arsenal. I heard the sounds. I couldn't see them from this room, but I could see the moment when they were passing by the door of my room. Isn't that right next to the arsenal anyway? If I passed in front of Kurokawa's room and headed to the arsenal... No. You see the hallway on the left side in front of the arsenal. Due to the structure of the ballroom, if you turn to the other side and enter the arsenal, you can move without seeing the eyes of Kurokawa. That's right, but... At least I've seen a few people that entered the arsenal. Really? Who were they? One is Haruhiko. And the other? The rest... I'll tell you in the trial. Suddenly, I thought about investigating. Vague posters, all of them. Still a weird girl as usual, but thanks to Kurokawa, this case could be solved fairly easily. Apart from that, I'm worried about Kurokawa's health. She usually looks weak and nervous, but this time, she couldn't even sleep or eat at all. I hope she's okay. Kinjo, what are you doing in front of the door? Maeda, you're here. There's something I was going to check right now, but if it's okay, why don't we check together this out? Like, why don't we check this out together? What are we looking for? We're looking at it. It's open. Wasn't this room... Indeed. It was from Haruhiko Kubishikawa's corpse. I borrowed the key from it for a while. Because this is an incident in a closed space with limited movement, it's better to search everywhere as possible. I decided to follow Kinjo and investigate Haru's room. It's a room that's no different from my room, shockingly enough. Maeda, look at this. There's something of interest here. Huh? Some kind of paper. Haruhiko, I have something to say. If you read this, why don't you come to the arsenal? I'm not going to kill you. I hope you believe me. I'll be waiting. This is... Huh. The letter was written by the killer? It's the same method as when Maki was killed. Besides, this letter wasn't torn like last time. It's proof that the culprit couldn't even mess with. What? However, it seems a little more than what it takes. What it takes? I'll ask you, Maeda. After reading this, would you go to the arsenal? Huh? I mean, by the time this letter was sent, they would kill me. Just after we hit each other and fought. In this situation, if I received a letter like this from you, that was also the way Mitsuhiro Higa used putting a letter down the door. Down the door? How can you even know that? Can't you tell by glance? There's no reason to meet face to face and get a letter. There's no way to send a letter in a locked room like this. It's definitely the first time anyone thinks of calling themselves out for murder. But, I mean, I think it's just because they're meeting up in the arsenal, man. Why did Haruhiko go directly to the arsenal? Well, it couldn't have been that they didn't know because it was impossible to think normally. I mean, just before we went crazy. No, we were already crazy. If you look at the source of the madness, it's due to being starved and dying because we couldn't eat food, and the fear that someone might kill you. In other words, it's because of the self-defense fear of death. I don't want to die. So I'd rather judge things related to death more rationally than usual in extreme situations. Still the question remains, why did Haruhiko go through death's door by all means? Is it because they believed it? Date Bael? What? Haruhiko probably believed. He believed that that was no one in our group that could commit a murder. He believed until the very end. We were all on the verge of releasing the strings of reason, but it was different from Haruhiko. He was insane. He wasn't insane, but he still opposed the idea of murder to the end. Kinjo, you did that too, right? He didn't want to ask you, but we've all gotten weird. He pledged you to do something, because Haruhiko was like that. Even if they were insane, he would have trusted a friend and go straight to the arsenal. Such stupidity. That's not worth of the word trust. It's like jumping into death without being able to judge the situation. Believing in the power of friendship and got shot out back. It's what happened to Megami and JJK. What's with that face? Were you hoping to get closer to me? Did you want me to be impressed by saying this was your way of showing your trust to the others? But look at the result. He died because of that stupidity. That's the reason I'm far away from people like this. Kinjo... Raven just did the... Enough. We're investigating now. We can't get excited over personal feelings. Well, whether Haruhiko acted that way because of a mischief is withheld, but this letter is an important clue in the end. Just finding this gives great achievement. There seems to be nothing special in the room other than this. I'll leave and check another place then. Let's see each other at the class trial. I thought he was okay, but Kinjo, is after all having doubts on his own mind. If this class trial ends safely and we all survive, we'll have to seriously talk about Kinjo's state. We've been having to talk about it, man. What do you mean? Hello! Can anyone hear me? It's already time! Anyways, it happened only inside the ballroom. So there's not much to investigate, right? Now then, everyone. Please gather in front of the entrance of the courtroom. So it's already the end of the investigation. No matter how much I do this, it's too short. Damn, I don't think I've recovered my sensitivity yet on my body. But it can't be helped. I did my best to investigate as much as I could. All that remains is what we have investigated so far. We have no choice but to guess the killer with everyone else. Everyone's here. Yeah, it's bleak. Yes. Alright, last second predictions. Who are you thinking? I'm gonna lock in my answer before I start the trial. So give me a bit until I can see the true bullets. Oh, Maida's here? Then let's start the trial. Only the tension's flowing. The mood's terribly awkward. While in the ballroom, the world of the lawless land was so colorless and hard. Above all, the number of people was too small. 7 people, including me. Besides, one of us is the culprit who killed Haruhiko. Even if this trial was safely handed over, the criminal would be executed and only 6 people will remain. 6. It was a number that didn't feel real. When has our headcount been reduced to this extent? Looks like everyone has gathered. It's easier to manage people since the numbers have been reduced, but isn't everyone's tension too low? Events that are washed out like class trials are more lively, you know? It's no fun because there's no reaction at all. Jeez. Now then, it's already the 4th time, right? This is the start of a fun class trial, so get on the elevator. Whatever the case, I have to go beyond this class trial. The later issues are for later. Everyone has their faces as if they are determined to do something even in an awkward mood. Different thoughts intersect each other, and we run into a hell called the class trial once again. Okay, well, what do you think, Kinjo? Let's move, okay. Satsuki, you're sad? Kana, you're sad? Yep. Oh, you're relieved. It's the same for class trials. At the expense of one criminal, it's a system where everyone wins. I'm so sad that I have to do this again. This case. No, you don't have to think so complicated. What do you want? Don't worry about me. I'm not crying. Oh, it's Korean. Okay. I wasn't here last time to say Haruko lost some Kobazing. Boo! At first, I thought that this elevator was so narrow that it felt full, but now it's so wide. I looked at the 6 other than me. Heavy silence, one by one. Kinjo is now in complete trial mode. In this state, Kinjo does a 180-degree change. He only uses his head to break through the events before his eyes. But is it because of our own mood that it looks like there's an anxious expression somewhere? Iranami, who has not lost her bright appearance at any time, she was still unable to escape from her shock of losing heart. Okay, Mira, time for your Korean lessons? No, not this soon! She wasn't the same. She wasn't the same Satsuki anymore, and her shaggy appearance made even the beholder's heartache. She's not looking that shaggy to me, man. She's I think she's fine. Kurokawa was always the same. She just stayed consistent with the silence. I couldn't even tell what she was thinking. Tyra, who looked very tired. She didn't want to lose any more friends, and she didn't want to go through the class trials anymore. A kind of heart seemed to linger on her face. Teria was restless. I may feel that Teria's behavior is strange, but if you think about it, Teria was like this at every trial. But it's not unusual. That is... There's something very off about that stare. That is... Why are your arms just hanging? Do something with them. Meguru wasn't saying that she'd watch us shovel as usual. But she was thinking of something unfamiliar to Meguru, like something unexpected for her. Is there anything that will get us stuck in this case? Different thoughts in different places and different beliefs cross between each other. At the point where there were only 7 people left, we were thinking differently, but I have to overcome this. A hell-like fourth class trial. The elevator stops. As if we had made an appointment, we step at the same time without a special signal. Towards a very familiar corner. I'm dying. Why did Ray's barber give her this?
You're here! I was waiting. How are you guys? It's been a long time, hasn't it?
You met with us right after the murder happened a while ago, though?
Nah. I mean, meeting me as the judge. Well, it's been more than a week since the last trial. Instead of that, this presiding judge is more stylish than usual.
Don't be useless and start the damn thing already.
Shocked. Well, I'm always neglected. But this time it's getting more thorns. Don't you think so, Maeda-kun?
I don't care. Start as Meguru said already.
Even Maeda-kun is rude to me. This could be a sign to represent your heartache. Then I'll start as you want. Now, shall we start right away? To uncover the truth of the prolonged stay in the ballroom incident for more than a week, we have the all-exciting, heart-pounding class trial.
The only thing that's the same as usual is Monokuma. Each one of us were in serious mode, unlike usual. The tense in this trial, the feeling of losing a dear friend to us. Reasons were different, but in the end, we came here for the last trial. Now, all that remains is to find the culprit by confronting all the clues, testimonies, and test our wits that we have. Haruhiko. Our relationship with him was finally bonding us together in the middle. It was like a licorice in a drugstore. What is that analogy? Are you insane? With Satsuki, he always showed his bright side. And at the same time, his love for his friend was twice as deep as anyone else's. As a result, thanks to his death, we were able to even survive. But Haruhiko couldn't eat anymore. There's an unavoidable choice to live, but as a result, there's a culprit that killed Haruhiko. If you don't find them, we'll all die in the end. The atmosphere of the court is filled with silence. Our trial finally begins. A life-threatening discussion. A life-threatening life. Life-threatening betrayal. A life-threatening conclusion. A life-threatening... Yeah. A life-threatening class trial! Woo! Oh! Writing! A life-threatening life... Oh, man. Okay. So, what do I think here? Estimated time death is about 6 a.m. The body was found in the arsenal. The cause of death was 6 hours bleeding due to a gunshot wound on the right chest. In addition, the index finger ruptured its throat. Also in the Monokuma property, direct cause of death. Unlike so far, it is the first murder that has occurred with a weapon for murder. Called a gun. Called a gun. So I can only get a sense of how to deal with these things. Furthermore, there are so many weapons in the arsenal, and all of them are scattered, so it won't be easy to find which one did it. Wait. Has no one just checked the magazine count for every gun? Are we dumb? Oh my god, we might actually be dumb. The corpse's right hand was in a terrifyingly miserable state. The flesh was tattered and a little discolored. The index and middle fingers were completely cut off and went missing. What method was used to destroy a hand in such a horrifying way? And was there any reason to destroy someone's hand like this? The guns on display in the arsenal were randomly scattered. It was possible to find out the direct murder that hit her, so it was impossible to find the direct murder weapon that hit her, though. It's possible that the culprit deliberately destroyed the gun. I don't know, man. You might just be dumb. The bloodstain that Haruhiko shed was... What's a gun? It like reminds me of the like one scene in like Shin Megami Tensei 4, where like and mild spoilers for anyone who cares, but like there are like these like middle-aged like middle-age era like samurai with like a tech gauntlet that they have no idea how like they got it or whatever, but like at one point they find like a gun on like the floor, like underground, and they just scan it, and the AI in the gauntlet just goes like, "This is a gun. It shoots out projectiles called bullets." The bloodstain that Haruhiko shed was a little strange. As he was wandering throughout the arsenal, blood was smeared everywhere like a path. Was the killer dragging his corpse around? Anyways, there must be a reason for the blood to be left in this state. I love that part. SMT4 is peak. I'm thinking of I think maybe once I start doing like my
Despair Time watches. Like, obviously because like I've already watched it, I can't really like live watch it with you all, because it would just be like, it's literally just me like doing like footage review and like re-remembering. But I think oh no, but there's that one other game I wanted to try. At some point, we'll do you know what, after SCRA 2, remind me, or actually I'll hopefully remind myself to play Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance on stream. What's the one other game? I'll have to look at it on my wish list, but I think it's called, what was the name? What was it named? What was it named? It was called Of the Devil, yeah. It was called Of the Devil. Yeah, I want Of the Devil to be like my like in between game. Taruhiko's separate fingers. However, seeing that the location of his fingers are quite far from his body, I should also consider the possibility that Haruko was moved from the original position where he was killed. You have been waiting to watch it. I can watch the stream for it. Hell yeah! I wonder how many people's first time this is just by watching my stream right now. This gun was completely destroyed. The gun was also smeared with blood, shattered and fragmented. One interesting thing is that it was a loaded gun. Breaks down the wall. Did someone say Of the Devil? Why hello, lurker? Yes, we did. How is it destroyed like this? I should also consider the possibility that this was the murder weapon that killed Haruhiko. Could not be ruled out given the bullets in them. These were located near the entrance to the arsenal. I recall the fact that when we opened the door to the arsenal at first, it seemed that the criminal manipulated 2 grenades to detonate when the door was open. If that's the case, what's the reason? There's a possibility that the culprit in the arsenal escaped as they crossed through us, flashbang smoke. This wood plank is broken and it was stuck in the doorknob of the arsenal. When I opened the door with Terria, I heard a sound of something cracking the inside while pushing it, which seems to be the origin of the sound. What's Of the Devil? It's this one like it's this one game I've been meaning to like try out. I don't want to like keep comparing things to like Danganronpa, but like it does have like some like action elements in like its mystery mechanics, yeah. Video game is great. Episode 0 is free. I want to like what's the name? I want to like play through episode 1, but it depends on how long episode 0 is. I don't even know what I'm saying, but like yeah, I want to play episode 0 and 1 together, unless if it's like they're both good like as like their own. Wood plank is broken and was stuck in the doorknob of the arsenal. When I opened the door with Terria, I heard a sound of something cracked from the inside while pushing. It seems to be the origin of the sound. The purpose was to make the door hard open. At the same time, with the flash and smoke grenades on top of it, so when we opened the door, they would fall, right? Yeah, this is literally a Luger. It's a pistol that doesn't look much different from the pistol that was destroyed. One strange thing is that it was alone in the corner as if someone hid it. Does it mean something? Or is it just that the killer disposed of it while messing with our gun? Oh my god, is Despair clock? I feel like for me, I know that like chapter 3 for Despair Time is being developed right now. I'm really hard pressed whether to like either like what's the name? I don't know whether to decide to either watch it like on release with you all together or watch it like once everything is said and done, because I feel like for like how I view things, it would be much better if it wasn't like Touching a gun alone in the corner of the arsenal, Terry showed me a strange disapproval. He kept telling me to keep my hands off the gun, because it could trigger on its own. What on earth was he talking about? When I questioned him, he panicked and left the arsenal. Does Terry know something? After borrowing a key from Haruhiko's body and checking his room, I found an unknown letter on the floor. The contents of this letter are as follows. That's spoilers for people who haven't seen, unfortunately. Oh, you mean like... The room that Mikko used was the room right next to the arsenal. According to her, she heard a few people entering the arsenal during the dawn hours. She didn't say details, but the people might know our alibis during dawn. If they're referring to like the death predictions in chapter 3, I think they mean that like it'll be spoilers to like talk about it, because like by saying like who do you think is gonna die that chapter, like you're already suppositioning that they've survived previous chapters thus far. Did I use supposition correctly there? According to Kinjo, the gunshot that caused Riku's death would not have been instantaneous death. Who didn't get stuck or went through the body, so that was small, maybe. Little, however. He said that they probably died not longer after his chest as well. Which out of the triple Baka trio do you think will survive? Hero, one of them already died. I'm feeling let's be feeling right now. Sasuke or Teria? Well, let's get into it. I think what's the culprit for this? I wouldn't be surprised if Kinjo did it, although I'm leaning on not more so. He's more so a suspect out of circumstance. I don't think Sasuke has that in her. I don't think Akane is really in the spot right now to what's in the name? Like die as the culprit. Does Sasuke have that dog in her? I mean, I'll tell you this much, Lucian, she has a hot dog in her. I think Mikako could be throwing us off, but I don't see a reason as to why that would be, like, right now. So, in my opinion, it's like a coin toss between Kinjo and, like, and Teria right now. I really don't think... I don't know how Teria can be, like, whipped up into shape to, like, murder someone. But, like, I know Kinjo's very assertive. To the point of murdering someone? We'll have to see. But I'm very doubtful right now of how this even happened, or, like, whatever it could be. But the main reason why I'm even suspecting Teria right now is mainly because of the, of what's the name? Yeah, of the, of, like, the pen and paper he had. Like, it's the most obvious thing you can go for right now. So, I imagine that he might have had those possessions, like, stolen from him, but even then, the idea that, like, he had just these, like, not taken from him, is very sussy. I'm not trusting his explanation as to why he just had a pen and paper, like ready to go. Tara's been a weirdo this chapter. Tara's been a bad weirdo. Yeah, we love our group weirdos here, but Tara has been a sussy bucka. Yeah, at the very least, if he didn't kill someone, he has definitely been like involved in some manner. I want Terry to be covered in honey and feed him to the bees. I feel like, isn't the saying like I'm covering you in like honey goat because like he's like gonna like fight a bear or something? Is your fave still Terria? He's like, I very much enjoy him right now. Although I'm still a day one Kinjo enjoyer. He is still very fun. Although right now, I will be honest, it's I don't know how you can top that like max suicide at this point. Like, if he doesn't have a change next chapter, I'm just gonna be asking him to like put the prize in the bag. But yeah, and then you know what? Let's throw out a crackpot guess. It's Yuki. If it is abysmal dog shit, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. Cause like, I don't know how you can fuck with perspective like that. But yeah, outside of that crackpot theory, I'm gonna lock it in. It's a coin flip between Kinjo and Terria. No sway on which side is heavier than the other. But yeah. I'll take a break here so everyone can get their water and stuff before we start, because this is gonna be, I imagine it's gonna be like a while before we even get like a half break. So yeah, I'll be back real quick, and feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Oh boy. How do you feel about sauce? Right. Is Ray even attracted to anybody? A lot of stuff in this chat bar. Go on the road. Oh shit, I didn't save! Okay, you know what? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. First try, first try. Okay. Don't die, Mira. I'm pretty sure that like we've died before, and like it only sends you back to like the start anyways. But like the only difference is that it just bugs your money. Like.
First, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial.
Oh yeah, this is the. Her pronouns are they, them. I appreciate the thought though, Raven. Oh wait, what are their pronouns? I'm pretty sure you can see it in my YouTube page, but it's they it. It finally started. The 4th class trial. One of us is the culprit that killed Haruhiko. Must find the culprit at all costs.
Now then, please begin your discussion.
Guys?
Right. Yeah.
Should we start discussing? Oh, hold on, I need to start the poll right now. Okay, we have to work hard. So, where do we start with? I mean, considering it sends you back to the beginning, it's not like it'll be much more different, but like presents more fun. It's gonna be much more dangerous for me because I want to get the other I want to get the other perks that actually that actually makes this gameplay like less of a chore. Well, it's not unreasonable, as our conflict reaches peak. First, I think each of you will have a lot of things to say before the trial, and the feeling that you're feeling will be different. But now, let's focus on the trial in front of you, aside from everything else. Just like we did before so far, haven't we? Kinjo. As Kinjo said, now it's the trial. Let's swallow what we want to say to each other for a moment, because survival is our priority now. Huh. You don't get... Has she always been staring at like that in her headshot? I am... scared? You don't get that. You don't take that for granted, do you? Let's get started already. Then, let's begin. Once we get the case sorted out, let's Let's organize the series of events in chronological order based on what each knows. Hey, wait a minute. For that, I have something to say just for a minute, please. What is it, Uranami? It's fine. It's just a red herring. It's not gonna be. That's not gonna be the answer. I'm the killer. Eh? Satsuki-chan? What did you say just now? I said, I'm the killer. I'm the culprit who killed Haruhiko Komishikawa! Sasuke will repeat the right mirror. I don't believe this woke nonsense. This is a red herring. This is totally a red herring. Don't play around, Uranami. What are you saying all of a sudden? It's not a joke. Are you serious? Don't make me laugh. You think that if you claim to be the criminal without physical evidence or logic, you'll become the culprit? But I really killed Haruhiko. It can't be. Stop making bad jokes, Satsuki-chan. You should explain one step at a time. If you listen and we're convinced, then you can really believe that you're the culprit. Suddenly, what is all this? Just as the trial began, she said that she was the culprit. If we were a normal culprit, they would never confess. But would Sasuke really be the culprit? No shoutouts to my keyboard, just getting itself today. Come on. There we go. There we go. It's... Before making any adjustments, let's first listen to Satsuki's story. I love how, like, some of them just don't have the same font. Like, just... Top execution goes crazy? Are you claiming to be the culprit? Let's hear your reason. At dawn, Kobazin called me. I followed Kobazin, went to the arsenal. And then, all by myself, he pointed a gun at me. I just shot him in self-defense. It can't... Sasuke believes the culprit Haruhiko himself called the culprit. Isn't that a little weird? Haruhiko is the actual one. What if there was just like another letter that triggered all this and we just... The cross on... Wait, Hana, wait. Did y'all see... Wait, Sasuke, Haruhiko called you? Isn't that on? Does Rihara actually use this? Yes, and Grace is the mother. Jeez. She's Mother Mary. Is it weird? The victim, Haruhiko, called you the culprit. That can't be it. Rather, the victim, Haruhiko, was called by the culprit and went to the arsenal. If you were the culprit, you would know. You're saying he was called by the killer? That's... I don't know. That's ridiculous. The letter that was put in Haruhiko's room is what he's talking about. Do you think Grace was the mother? This This is such an esoteric shit post from the Eden's card. Like, I don't know how I would explain it. I don't even remember like the initial theory. Okay, guys, I gotta go do stuff. I'll try to be back in soon. I was fired. I hope to see you. I hope to see you next time. Contents are like this. Haruhiko, I have something to tell you. You read this. Why don't you come to the arsenal? I'm not trying to kill you. I hope you believe me. I'll wait. Well, if the contents of the letter are true, it makes no sense that Kobashikawa-kun called Satsuki-chan and took her to the arsenal, right? It would be the opposite. That's right, but Satsuki said that she doesn't know much about this letter. The killer doesn't know the letter they sent. No, it doesn't make any sense. I don't know. What if it was manipulation? You came to read about that letter I didn't know, and now you're manipulating things now. Don't be a thickhead. Thickhead? I don't think that's how you say it, buddy. This evidence came from Haruhiko's room. Flashback to that one time where I saw a spoiler for a different fan game, but I still got it wrong because I got the culprit in the victim mixed up. Embarrassing. Sorry, Uranami's not the culprit. Wrong. I really mean it. I'm the real culprit. Just looking at the current evidence, to say that Sasuke's a culprit. Hard to tell, but I want to make things a little more clear. So let's ask about it. Haruhiko's other room. Whose source is unknown to the evidence that only the culprit only they must know. Only they must know. I'm sorry? Wait. What? Haruhiko's other room. Oh, they mean the... hand? Okay. That's still like... Oh no, yeah, no. I'm just having a bad case of memory loss right now. Sasuke, if you're really the culprit, there's one thing I want you to tell me. This isn't like the letter, but a direct clue to Haruhiko's body. If you're the culprit, it's a clue that you must know. What's that? Haruhiko's right hand? You recall? His right hand was completely shattered. It's hard to say that this was a gunshot. What if the bullet just did that because he was bored? If you're the culprit, can you tell me the true nature of this wound? I don't know. Why did his hand become that way? You don't have to talk anymore. You're not the culprit. Wait a second. I'm telling the truth. Why are you still claiming to be the killer? It's real. Even if Uranami's the culprit, you'll only get executed. I don't know what you're thinking, but not a joke. Uranami unnecessarily confuses our reasoning and chooses the wrong killer. We'll all die. Maybe. That might have been the purpose. What? She was close to Haruhiko Kobashikawa, who died this time, right? Apparently, it looks like she was in a severe shock. Unlike the usual one who always talks at random. That shock in mind, trying to make us follow Haruhiko's Kobashikawa's fate. Isn't that right? That was it? Absolutely not. Of course, I'm really sad that Haru died, but I'm very much sane. Stop it, Nami. We haven't even started a proper discussion yet. If the discussion goes on, the killer will be naturally revealed. really are the killer. You don't have to rush things. It'll all turn out okay. She paused her fortnight to be here. Come on. Satsuki-chan. Oh, alright then. Let's discuss it. Has it been roughly organized? You wasted my time on useless things. So, let's start from the beginning again. When the case started to happen. Hold on a minute. Is it okay to wait 1 minute before that? In this case, can we assume that Ironami isn't completely the culprit? I'm here now? Oh, hi Humbug. Perfect timing. We're literally just on the beginning phase of like the trial. Oh. No, not necessarily. If Ironami's really the culprit, there's still a possibility there. That's it? We haven't started any reasoning yet. First, there's a possibility from what happened a little while ago, but maybe there's something up. In that way, they were excluding themselves from the suspect line. That had to be calculated. In Ironami's mind, it would be impossible to tell. Hey, you treat me as a fool right now? I don't think it was on purpose. Quiet. First, as Kinjo says, let's summarize the unfolding of the case. Oh, right. Where did we start from the evening before the incident happened? Oh, that was when he... Maeda-kun, Kawashikawa-kun, Tori-kun, and Satsuki-chan, Mikaku-chan, and me. 6 people gathered at the restaurant. Maeda-kun called us and... At that time, we were at the limit of our hunger, and we all thought to come together and meet each other in the thought that we should somehow unfold a hard policy. At that time, Harrier suggested... I'll tell you, I wasn't really sane back then. That's what happened. It was my fault for being immature. But yeah, unrelated question, Humbug. Are you on PC right now to check yeah, questions I asked earlier about your capabilities as like a mod in the chat here? What's this? I didn't even see your faces the day before the murder took place. I don't know this, so explain exactly what's going on. Let me log on. Okay. Teria gave us a pen and paper. Nominate one victim or one culprit. He asked for one person to vote. Since Monokuma banned suicide, there was a plan to set up the case at the expense of 2 people. What even happened this chapter? Are you... Purple, are you coming in just now? Because I only see DRA through like a shittily translated recap. Well, I'm glad to tell you that this is the well, I don't want to say it's like a shittily translated. I feel like it would be a little mean to say this of like a translated work that's like translated for fun. But like it's the translation is very dodgy. That was really crazy. I'm so sorry. It's alright. It's all over now. We almost agreed to this plan too. Looks like the part I saw from there. I broke into the restaurant because the absurd plan was about to be implemented. Yeah. Shinjukin came in and handed out guns to each of us. To commit suicide. What? Oh, no. Nothing at all. Keep going. Well, that's where we started to fight back at Kinjo. And then we were lucky enough to catch him and was judged to be dangerous, so... he couldn't move anymore. Yeah, I remembered that, that he was bound and gagged. I wonder how long, though. Because Point Flip is very determined on this. He's so mad. Oh my. Sorry. I'm so uneducated today. Continue. So? Problem starts after this. Thanks to Kinjo. The plan was halted, but there was no progress for the day. They locked Kinjo in the room, then went back to each room. During this morning, Haruhiko died. I couldn't sleep at all last night, so I was staying with my eyes open. When I heard something outside in the morning, so I went out and Aida was asking for help, saying that the door was not opening. And when you somehow opened the door, you found the body? Yeah, that's right. This case is missing our eyes between the dawn hours, and there's not much evidence, so we have no choice but to share the information we know with each other. First, a few alibis can be established just by hearing about it. Alibis? Yes, so then let's dig into the alibis one by one, right? What alibis? We have those? Leaving up all night together, myself and side up. Yeah, tied up. The idea where Kinjo commits the crimes seems possible. I now by two might and me. No, not really though. We were together when the BDA happened, but that's not like, buddy. And so the ones who can be suspected as criminal are Ekiru, Taira, Ironami, Pal? I think we don't have an ally, but it's not me. Natsuki's the killer. Shut up on me. Causing trouble. There's more. Just gonna check our allies. Oh. It's been a while since we've seen consent, huh? I swear the last time I remember was like chapter 1. Doing a lot of arguing. Kinjo, wait, come to think of it, I think there was someone who knows the alibis during dawn in detail. Who is it? During the investigation, Kurokawa, she clearly testified to me that she'd been sent who... She had seen who went to the arsenal in the morning. Oh. Right, Kurokawa? Yes. About this game, had agree points at all? No, I mean that it's been such a while. I just wonder if we're ever gonna use it again. What? If that's true, the culprit has already been revealed, right? You're noisy. Be quiet. Hey, dark circles. So, who did you see? Furukawa's room was right next to the arsenal, so she heard the arsenal doors opening and closing. Of course, the arsenal is soundproof, but she didn't hear the sounds from the inside. I don't think hearing only the sound is enough to go directly witness this. No. I saw people passing by in front of my door. What? No, you've been watching the hallway all morning. Is that what you mean? Mm-hmm. But then, still, it's been difficult to stay staying in hunger, but watching the hallway all night without sleep is... However, that worked nicely in reverse. Culper couldn't have thought there must have been someone in the midst watching the corner. That's a great achievement, Kurokawa. So then, who passed by? Well, I don't know the time. The exact time is unknown, but in this order. First, Haruhiko and Satsuki, from left to right. The arsenal didn't open at this time. A little later, Satsuki went from right to left. He was alone at this time. A little later, after Ironami passed, Terio went from left to right. A little later again, I heard the sound of the arsenal. Terio went from right to left. And after a while... Haruhiko goes from right to left. Soon after, Haruhiko and Satsuki are... What? How is this parsable? Wait a minute. I'm sorry, but wait a minute. Yeah. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what's left to right or right to left. Can't you tell us a bit more clearly? You're the only one that doesn't understand something so simple, aren't you? Don't cut the flow for no reason. Focus on listen. No, Kinjo, just let's keep each other in page. Yeah, thank you. Well, let's listen to Kurokawa's story until the end and reorganize it in an easy to understand manner. Okay, so Kurokawa, is that everything? Indeed. As you said, it seems that the killer has already revealed themselves. At the time of the investigation, I didn't know this because Kurokawa didn't tell me properly, but this is definitely a tremendous amount of information. Hey, I want to join the discussion too, but can't you tell us a little bit more? Which is so... Was this a time skip? Oh, sorry, Tyra. I'll organize it so it's a bit more easy to understand. Before that, there's something I want to check again. Location of the room this was using. If you know this, I think we can properly organize Kurokawa's information.
Oh, she means the direction people were going in proximity.
Wow, that's so... Alright. Well, that's certainly something I want to do and need to move on. I want to roughly check with each other during the investigation. Why is this so squished up? What the fuck? Everyone remembers the structure of the corridor behind the ballroom was listed, right? As you would know, if you did a closer examination, small tag on the door of each room. That's strong we gave easily. I suppose I missed some stream. Go on, well, welcome. I've been streaming DDR for a while. And according to the tag, the rooms are distributed in this manner. Hadakuma randomly gave us a key for each room, and from what I investigated, I feel like I would like the nameplates here. Sorry, no, not the nameplates, but like the headshots. Probably how each of us were located. Would we consider Kurokawa's testimony after arranging with each person in this way? You can see that a few suspects are eliminated. Well, I mean, I didn't understand Mikiko's words at all. That's your own fault. You're gonna blow up valuable discussion time for someone like you? Alright, man. Kinjo, it's too far. It's important for one person to know about the case, right? I'll rearrange it and explain it to Tyra. Do what you like. That will be as quickly as possible. Kinjo-kun, you still don't seem to forgive me. You think there's any opportunity for that? I'm impressed. Tyra, so to summarize Kurokawa's words simply. First, the fact that Kurokawa went to the hallway all night. Tyra, you heard earlier, right? Based on what Kinjo summarized, Kurokawa's room is room 8. It's over on the right side of the arsenal. We go straight from the entrance of the arsenal to the corridor. As Kurokawa explained a little while ago, what she said was from left to right and from right to left was based on the direction facing the corridor in Kurokawa's room. Here, I'll make it more easy to understand with pictures. In the order that Kurokawa saw it, Haruhiko and Satsuki were the first people that passed by in front of the door at this time. I feel like
You need to be a little clearer about what is here or C in this context, because I don't know why I can't tell. Oh my god, I need to draw them. What? Walk in the ocean. Can I do it? If you do, I will show them on live stream with Reddit and all. I would be very pleased to see it along with this channel. It'll be just for something to look at while we wait for everyone to come in for like the start of each stream. Haruhiko and Satsuki were the first people that passed by in front of the door this time. He said there was no sound of the arsenal door opening at this time, so I think it's just the two of them passing by. And a little later, he said that Satsuki passed by alone again in the opposite direction. I'll try to get that done soon. It's not something that you have to do, but I can't wait to see where it's gonna go. Shortly after this, she said that Teria passed by. And at this time, hear the sound of the arsenal door opening. Probably means that Teria went to the arsenal. After a while, the sound of the arsenal door opening was heard again, and then Teria will pass in the opposite direction. Soon after, Haruhiko passed by the same direction again. After this, here Haruhiko and Satsuki went from right to left again. And at this time, the door to the arsenal was open. Someone went to the arsenal. After that, there was no movement for a while, and after a little time passed, Satsuki passed by with the sound of the arsenal door open. These are all the moments Kurokawa saw and heard during the morning. After this, well, I heard the ruckus of the arsenal door next, but that was probably the sounds of me trying to open the door. Teria, who passed by, heard the sounds of it. Then, I opened the door with Teria's help during this. That's the summary of what Kurokawa heard and saw. Roughly like this. Do you understand? Wow, Almighty can explain it to me. I understood it all at once. Thanks. I don't know if we needed to have this whole tangent just to explain it this way, but yeah, sure. Really? But wait, if you looked at the current events on each step, yeah, there's one suspicious person. Do you see it clearly? I can't guarantee 100% that what Kurokawa heard and saw everything that happened at dawn. The information obtained, well now, has resulted in one influential suspect of this case. Yeah, that person is... yeah, sorry. Huh? Oh. Sorry. I didn't know that's where they were going with it. Okay. Teria. It's the only one who fits to be the main suspect in this case. Huh? May? Haruhiko was the victim, so he couldn't help it. And then he was like, I can't focus because it's still there. I'll finish watching you guys. It's just hopping by Raven. I hope to see you next time. The fact that Sasuke was so close to Haruhiko makes me understand why she was there. Why did Teria move around like that so early in the morning? Oh, that was, what was it again? Right. I was investigating in. Everyone was in a panic, so I wanted to find a place to get out even for a little bit. Just a few hours ago, we were trying to pick two victims. The guy who was despairing, and during the investigation was thinking of all these things. That sounded a little weird. That's all there is to it. The way it fixed my mind. People can change their mind easily, you know. Even if it's true that you did an investigation, if you think about it based on Kurokawa's testimony, they were only in the arsenal. What kind of investigation did you do in the arsenal? Is despairing even a word? It doesn't sound right. The English language is a shit show, Bacon. I wouldn't be surprised. No. I never went to the arsenal. Tori-kun, please stop the pretense and explain properly. What the hell did you do in the arsenal? I never went to the arsenal. Area? Why does it have to be only me? I did nothing wrong. If you look at it, Satsuki also went around at dawn. Why am I only suspicious? Yeah, I'm the culprit. Are you still saying that? I told you to be quiet. Certainly. Hironami is well enough under suspicion. However, she said she didn't know the identity of the letter. Nor did she know about Haru's hand. So that's it then. He's gonna take her off the list just because she doesn't know. That's a long shot. I don't know anything about a letter or the right hand either. Don't be mistaken, Terry. You now said that Hironami is the culprit and you don't know about these words. Well, Hironami claims to be the culprit, but she doesn't recognize these. They are entirely different matters. Then, what about Maeda? When I saw him this morning, he was trying to get into the arsenal, so Maeda is also suspicious. Yes, I won't deny that Maeda is a suspect in this claim. He had been in and out of the arsenal the previous day, and even this morning. He had the strange idea of going. He had the strange idea of going to the arsenal with Bael. But this and that is a separate matter. As a result, Maeda failed to enter the arsenal this morning. There was no testimony of Kurokawa witnessing in the morning, so this is not a suitable window for committing the crime. Well, anyways, I don't know about that. It's exactly trying to protect them, but relying only on Dark Soul's testimony has a slightly loose time frame. I'm going to ignore it, not make me go nuts and move on with it. I know that. It's about the structure of the ballroom, right? Structure? Think about it. Even if Kurokawa watched the hallway all night, it's all about looking out. It's all about looking outside the room and hearing the arsenal door. But if you look at the structure of the ballroom, you can easily enter the arsenal without passing by Kurokawa's door. Yeah. Because we were all at the ballroom for a week, I think everyone should know. The arsenal structure around the dance hall at 360 degrees. In other words, if you go to the other side, you can enter the arsenal without being noticed by Kurokawa. Moreover, in the case of Maeda, Kurokawa does not stand out even if he does not use this method. He can go straight into the arsenal from his own room. Since it was in the opposite side to Kurokawa's room in the first place... You knew that too. Say? Maeda's the culprit after all. Hey, wait. But there's something that you should know about. Even if you use some method to enter the arsenal without showing your appearance, Kurokawa, there's still the sound of the door opening and closing that can only be heard by Kurokawa. But in Mikako-chan's testimony, the sound of the arsenal opening and closing was always heard before and after someone passed her door. That's right. After all, the person who walked in and out of the arsenal at dawn. I can't think of anything other than these three people who put up in the testimony. Haruhiko, Satsuki, and Teruya. Hey, that's all lies! It'd be funny if it was just lying for fun. She just guessed this. She didn't even have her heart in it. So Teruya, you went into the arsenal, and I want to hear your reason to make sure. If you're really innocent, there's no reason to be in panic, right? Then, I'm really innocent. Really, I just went to the arsenal to... I just went in for a minute. I don't think there will be an end if this goes on like this. What is Teruya so afraid of? I'm not sure. He doesn't want to say anything because, well, I'm not certain, but I'll have to show more convincing evidence. Come to think of it, there seems to be one suspicious thing about Teruya during the event.
What was it? Let's recall that moment. Oh god. It would be this, right?
これだよ。
Yeah. Come to think of it, Tyria. Did something strange to me when I was investigating? Oh, it's this track. What? Something strange? I don't know. I found a gun that was dropped in the corner. When I came in, and when I checked it to investigate, suddenly you came and told me not to touch it. Because it'll blow up. Oh shit, I forgot this chapter has the Korean minigame. Is it? It's also untransferred. Oh. Ah, damn it. What do you mean, Maeda? Tell us in more detail. There was a gun in the corner of the arsenal that was hard to see. Tried to investigate why it was in a corner like that. Suddenly, Teria, who was nearby, ran up and told me not to touch it because it would blow up if I shot. Maybe he thought I was going to use the gun. Dude, it'll blow up? What are you talking about? No, before answering that question, how did he know about that? That's... That's... Maeda, gun. You should properly investigate it. I just ate a grapefruit for your head. Feels like I just took aspirin. It's supposed to be a bad or a good thing. I can't tell. Huh? I examined it roughly, but it was a normal gun with nothing special. I thought it was equipped with a bomb or something because I thought it was going to explode. Probably. It's not like that. Hey, Monokuma. Eh? Did you call me? I was enjoying this. What's up? I require you to submit evidence. Bring the gun Maeda mentioned. What do you... Why am I being ordered? Submit evidence? Is that possible? It is part of the debate on the class trial. There's no problem by the rules. You, the judge, have no right to deny it.
That's correct. There's no proof. There's no problem to reject it. Besides, if it's part of the discussion, what's the point? Gee, I don't really like that attitude. How can you be so cheeky?
Shut up and get it already.
Actually, I thought this was going to happen, and I brought it from the beginning. Now, here you go.
How is it? This is certainly a gun I'm looking at. I'm actually not a gun expert. I am just a police officer. This is it. It's a bullet. What? Bullet? Was it? It was loaded?
It is not a simple bullet. It's a bullet for shotguns and medium-sized rifle. Oh, so like if you tried to shoot it, it would just, yeah, okay. Bullets that do not meet the standard were forcibly loaded to this gun. If you pull the trigger with one of these, a bullet that doesn't fit into the magazine, it enters the chamber and blocks the muzzle, and of course, no bullet shell comes out. The pressure from the gunpowder has disappeared from where it's supposed to go. Instead, goes all over the gun itself. It'll end up being shattered. But wait a minute. And then why did Terry-kun know about this? Why? I see now what you did in the arsenal. You tried to plant a murder device. Okay, buddy. Tori-kun, did you shoot the bullets on purpose? For what reason? Gun in that state. Hold it with a human hand and fire it. Your hand will never be safe. When I listened to those words just now, I see a very similar wound I remember in my mind. Yes, source is clear. Haruhiko's right hand. I understand now. Haruhiko was hit by the explosion of the pistol that Kinjo was holding right now. That evidence was also in the arsenal. That proof is... yeah. Other gunnery. Yeah, that's right. It was in the arsenal. Fragments of a gun filled with blood, which appears to have been burst from the inside. Yeah, I saw it too. Haruhiko fired the gun wrongly loaded, just like this gun, and the gun he was holding exploded, and his hand ended up being ruptured. Then, Tori-kun did this to Kobashi-Kawa-kun. Wait a minute. I'm sure this gun is the one I touched, but I don't know about the other destroyed gun. Huh. You admitted it. The fact that he touched the gun. No? No? Of course, there are two guns with misloaded bullets. It's a little weird, but I'm certain Terry, he definitely did something. Is that really it? I think if we try a little more, I think you'll end up confessing everything. Don't treat people as criminals without solid evidence. Even if I put my hands on the gun, it can't be proof that I'm a killer. So I know everything. Give me the proof. Evidence. Can't be denied that Terry is the most powerful son. But is there any more solid evidence? Keep discussing. We might see something we haven't considered before. Oh god, I think this is the minigame. Insert log XP. Oh, right, it's that one. Okay. Right. It's not that many. Okay. I don't know anything. It's already been revealed. Stop lying and tell the truth. He went to the arsenal. Deliberately loaded the gun wrongly so the bullets would explode. But doing that doesn't mean I'm the culprit, does it? Of course you loaded the gun. You can say it doesn't make you the culprit, but... the killer loaded bullets on purpose. I'm certain of this. But that's far-fetched. I'm not a killer. It should be because I did that one thing. I knew the gun was going to explode. What more evidence did you want to see? Tori-kun, how could you? A pen and paper. Why did you make that sideways? You murderer! Okay. Certain that Terry went into the arsenal at dawn and secretly manipulated the gun. Is that really all there is?
Did they sneak it down just to do that one action? Let's think about it. If we listen to everyone's statement, we'll be able to uncover another track or two. I'm actually glad that they adjust this. Thank you. That's it. Paper and pen. What? After listening to Tyra's words, I thought about it. At the beginning of the trial, you guys remember the letter that you said when you were blaming Satsuki? I've been thinking, it's been weird all this time. How did the culprit write this letter? We should have lost all our belongings at the same time when we were in the ballroom. Hearing that, yeah. How did... Oh. Yes. Exactly as Mayada says. Perhaps the night before the murder, there was someone who secretly handed out a piece of paper and that had been secretly showing a paper to ask someone to choose 2 victims? Okay. It's obvious at this point that Teria clearly said that at the time. The extra paper and pen were not removed from his clothes. That means Teria is the only one of us who has a pen and paper in their belongings. Don't joke around. You could have accidentally found another piece of paper and written it. Are you sure? Are you really? Oh, is that so? Should we check it then? Monokuma, bring that letter. I knew that it would happen in advance, so I knew that would happen, so I bought it in advance. Here. Now, without that guy making a commotion, let's read it. Same paper Teria had. That Torikin was the one who sent that letter to Kobayashi room? Wait a minute! You're forcing me! I handed out a bunch of papers to you guys. Soon after that, the Kijo made a fuss. He might have gotten one in the massive confusion. It's only paper. It might be possible. Harry said it with his own words. There's only one pen, no matter how much paper you have. Do not write a letter without a pen. I had to leave for a minute when I miss. Mostly talk about the pen and paper so far. The pen was also in the confusion. Oh. Then that means you don't have the pen right now, because you said you only have one. If you look into your belongings in the party clothes you wore, you wouldn't have any complaints, right? That's not allowed! Why not? Is there something we shouldn't see? It's decided then. You can't refute it anymore. Wrote a letter by calling out Haruhiko and misloading a bullet to let his hand be ruptured. All of this. That's what you did. Teria. Really? You... Tori-kun? Why? Why? Why'd you do that? Why'd you kill Kobayashi-kun? I'm sorry. All
All you said was right. Okay, well now I don't believe it. After all, you couldn't stand the hunger too? What else could someone do otherwise? Actually, there was a reason I was aiming at Haruhiko, and there was a reason for when we fought each day. It was all because of hunger. Hattori-kun. So what? Were you hoping for sympathy? Either way, find the murderer and execute it. Wait, is the funniest outcome here? Oh my god. Wait. Okay. Okay. I have the most crackpot theory right now. Okay? Bikoko is clear, but like at this point, 90% of the student body has attempted to murder and raped. I don't want to make any more excuses and dishonor Haruhiko anymore. I'm gonna be dead anyways. Wait. There's one thing I'm curious about. Why'd you go to the arsenal before the victim? Work with the gun. Write a letter, call him, then go back again to the arsenal. My plan was to originally summon Haruhiko, and then see him go into the arsenal, and I would go with him. As if it had nothing to do with the criminal, Haruhiko and I were supposed to fight, and then provoke him and letting him shoot me with the gun I prepared. Once that happens, his hand would fly away without knowing anything, and so he would die. In the past, I followed my papa to study guns in America. Then I decided to commit a crime by using the knowledge I gained at the time. So I went back to my room and watched to see Haru coming out. I was too tired, so I fell asleep until morning came. In the end, I don't know why Haru broke his hand, but in any case, it was my fault. The fact that I killed Haruhiko doesn't change. This was a difficult answer to predict. I'm glad you're a stupid fool. In a way, Kurokawa, who was watching the corridor all day morning, I think that was a good thing. Thanks to that, my crime was discovered. Teria. The discussion so far ended with the conclusion that Teria is the culprit? Seems like a long shot, I think. There's still a lot of unsolved questions. Wait a minute. I've been listening all this time. Something's wrong with this. Teria's not the culprit. Satsuki-chan? What are you talking about? Toriku just admitted it. I mean, the culprit's me. Are you still saying that? I told you to shut up. Wait. Is Teria really the culprit? Huh? Even Mikako-chan? If I'm right, Teria is not the culprit. There's still an unsolved mystery. What are you guys talking about? I'm the culprit, aren't I? I'm almost 90% certain that Teria is the culprit, but it's still a little too early to end the trial. I agree that there's an unsolved mystery left. I feel like there's two, buddy. If we try to vote without anyone speaking up like this, I would have tried to do it, but actually, this is the most important part of the case right now. Huh? What? What's this all of a sudden? Wasn't the trial ending like this? That's right. Think about it carefully. There's still a lot of parts that cannot be explained on the contents of the discussion. I'd like to hear why Kurokawa thinks Teria is not the culprit. Weren't careful enough, you know. What? Nothing. So, right? Nah. Anyway, if you listen to the explanation, you'll know right away. Because we should shade it more true. Why do you think Terry isn't the culprit? When Terry passed the door to my room, he sent a letter to Haruhito. Afterwards, he went inside the arsenal for his next plan. That is the explanation so far. But after that, Terry passed the door to my room again. There was no movement until the morning after. But they were... Even if Terry did plot something, even if Haruhito's hand was exploded, the direct cause of death is a gunshot wound. True, Terry did mention that he used the gun himself. If Terry, who came out of the arsenal before Haruhito, did not kill... One more thing, the arsenal was blocking the inside. Yeah. I was just waiting for that. The wood plank. Are you referring to this, Kurokawa? That's right, Maeda. You mean the broken wood plank that fell near the arsenal door? Yeah. According to Maeda, he opened the arsenal door in the morning with Terry's help. You're not going to say just because they opened the door together he's not the culprit, are you? Bro, think. That's not it. Think about it. Yeah, think! After Terry entered and left the arsenal in the morning, Haruhito entered afterwards. Until this moment, the door to the arsenal was open. Then, when was the door blocked with the wood planks? Well, when was it? It is for a fact that Kobushikawa came the door and went in. Doesn't that mean the door was blocked after that? That is true, but according to Dark Circle's testimony, Hariotori did not even enter the arsenal after doing this little scheme. In other words, Terrio wasn't the one who blocked the door with the wood plank. Only natural. When I tried to open the door with Maeda in the morning, I was embarrassed to note that the arsenal, which had only been open, was not opening. As I said before, you must pass by Kurokawa's room. Even if you don't, you can head to the arsenal door. After that, the door to the arsenal was opened one more time. At that time, Terry fixed... What about the... Oh... That's impossible. Since Haruhito was the last one to enter, the arsenal door had been only opened once. Terry went in and out of the arsenal. I should have heard the sound twice. Well, for starters, the wood plank were used to clasp the door, I guess. If you do something like this from the inside, won't you be able to come out? And Kinju was making shit up, as like any cop would when they try to make a suspect. But even if you put a plank by some trick from the outside, there wasn't just one plank. You know what I'm thinking about, right, Maeda? It wasn't just one plank. Yeah, I saw clearly. I think that fell with the plank near the door. At the same time, it fell to the ground as soon as the plank was crushed and made a loud noise. That thing was... Flashbang? Yeah. Right. Objects that were separated from the plank. You mean the flash and smoke grenades, right? Flash and smoke grenades? Are those the things near the door? Yeah. When Terry and I first opened the door, we heard a shattering sound from the inside, and immediately afterwards, a tremendous amount of light and noise hit us. And then after a few moments, when we opened our eyes, the arsenal was filled with smoke. After pulling out the plank from the handle, the door was opened and the plank fell because the effort we did. That's right. Now you see? It's impossible to block the door like that from the outside. What? Then, are you saying Toriiku's not the culprit? Wait a moment. It was me who grabbed the letter and had a gun ready to explode. is the reason Haru saw the gun and then exploded on his hand. I told you a little while ago. It is true that Haruhiko's right hand was ruptured. The cause of death was the gunshot wound. Terry, you only prepared the gun. You didn't shoot Haruhiko, did you? It's... No? Now hold it. Terry had an obvious murderous intent. Now, it's a contradiction to say that he isn't the culprit. Bro, you made this distinction in Chapter 2. Can you please be smarter? What's wrong, Mr. Psycho Cop? Using forceful logic in a way that doesn't seem like it would in a situation like this. Dark Circles is right. I don't think Terry Tori is the killer either. Then who is the culprit? You're saying it's impossible for Terry to block the door. However, no one else can do it. I made my phone diary Christmas theme? That's sick. That's the biggest mystery in this case. So what are you all saying in short is... In short, it's an impossible crime. Maybe suspended. Bro! I mean, it's really... We have to extrapolate more on like the binding thing. Come on. Shit, man. Save you locked in. Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me. Holy shit. Yep. Okay. Thank God there's a break here. Yeah, I'm gonna take another break. I'm gonna refill my drink, and then when we're back, we're gonna continue until the end. BRB. Hey, we are back. Oh, a bottle of water with me this time. Couldn't find anything in the drinking. Sorry, I couldn't find anything immediately in the fridge. Ow! Holy shit, that's the soap. There we go. I couldn't find anything in my fridge that was already food, so I had to use the bottles of water that were by the front door. Okay. Is there anything worse than plastic bottles of water?
Sending holy water? Hell yeah. An impossible crime? What does that mean? It's literally what it means. The incident happened, but no one in the scene is capable of causing the incident itself. That can't be. I can affirm. There's no such thing as an impossible crime in this world. I agree with this. There is no unsolved problem in the world. When a result has happened, it means that there was a series of processes. In this case, how do you explain it? It was said that this was an impossible crime. Gave up on the case. There's a secret that has not yet been solved. Where your thoughts don't reach the end, it's gonna be a secret, and I'm not gonna be happy. But neither Kinjo-kun and Meguru, who always knew the critical points of the case, weren't confused enough to say that. It's already a mystery that can't be solved? Shut up. Do I look like I'm panicking right now? Internally, maybe. Sorry, but it looks like that. Yeah. A few days now, but these days, Kinjo-kun is not Kinjo at all. It was like Maeda-kun before coming to the ballroom. You're being very annoying. Damn criminal. Kinjo, why are you saying that? It's not really like you to get emotional so easily. It's so like him, what? I have to ask this entire cast, what's so different about him today? Ignore it. Now we're on a trial. This is a life or death war. You take care of someone who loses their temper during a war, not to go through that. There's no other option. This person or that person? I'm done. Again, this case isn't an unsolved crime. Let's organize the information. Kinjo. First, even if we put on hold Terrier's claim that the crime is impossible, it'll be necessary to look at the case from a different point of view. A different point of view? In retrospect, all the reasoning we've done so far is based on Kurokawa's testimony. Let's step back here for a moment. Has anyone ever seen Kurokawa spying on the hallway? I mean... Okay. Kinjo? This is not a bad question. However, there's already some basis for her. Like, she can't be just guessing this shit. Like, if it was... Would it really be Mikuro, though? I mean... You know what? She is my other coin flip. In short, Kurokawa's testimony is not too blunt. Are Kurokawa's words 100% true? She would be hungry in extreme circumstances. Would she bear with that in mind? Lastly, it could be a possibility that Kurokawa was the culprit. When that idea comes up, she would be playing with all of us. Kinjo. Hey, you go crazy? Did you really flip around that fast? That stuff comes from your mouth. What? Talking about possibilities. At the time of Tomori's murder, during Kinjo's testimony, put a thread on our private dorm rooms. Prove our alibis. But that was evidence that no one else knew other than Kinjo. It's the same story, yeah! Mogged once again, buddy. It's different from that. What I've been doing at that time is what I've been doing before the incident. And this is just simply what you've seen and heard testimony. It is meaningless to condemn the truth or falsehood in the testimony. Got what you said? Actually, guy? Help tell me why I checked the Discord server I'm in. Oh, find out some kids playing napkins on phone. What? What? How? Why? It's utterly disappointing, Tsurugi Kinjo. Even though I was thinking you were a crazy guy, I admitted your reasoning skills, but now, stop thinking with your head. But since the situation is quite desperate, isn't Kinjo trying to do everything he can? Kurokawa, is there no way to prove it? Your testimony. I don't know why I have to do this. Why not ask Satsuki to Teria? Huh? Heard about my testimony? Teria admitted that he entered the arsenal a while ago. What about Satsuki? Comes out at dawn, well, like Kurokawa said, since I'm the killer above top, of course I wander around at dawn. Even if we ignore the backstory, Dark Circle's testimony is reliable in its own right now. If I were you, I would have known that right away without having to make this kind of cumbersome. You're noisy. As long as your reasoning hits the wall, try to do what you can. You admitted with your own words that your reasoning was blocked now? That's fine. Be quiet, Maketer. You're on the same level as we are right now. You think you're in a position to mock others now? That's enough! Okay. Tsurugi Crash Out era? It's Tsurugi Crash Out summer. It's been all year long. How come Kurokawa can have this powerful voice in the class trial? Everyone, don't get worked up. Since this is a difficult case, we need to regain stability more than usual. So, let's calm down and look again from the beginning. There must be something we missed. Sorry. As Maeda says, I was getting too excited. I apologize. Huh. Then, Teruya Otori is not the culprit. I'm sure up to this point. Even if that's true, we'll have to double check. Teruya, are you really sure you sent a letter to Haruhiko and loaded the bullets? Well, yes. I'll say, I still can't believe I'm not the culprit. I didn't really read the Monokuma file. Yeah. So in a hurry, I saw the right hand ruptured, so I guess I was the one who did it. And that probably isn't a lie. Teruya really thought he was the killer. He said a little while ago, as if confessing, told us he was going to be executed. Not likely, but something came to my head. Can I speak? Go ahead. An accomplice, or in fact, there were two culprits. Oh. I don't like those implications. But then it would be... Oh? How about it? Dismissed. Anyways, all opinions from running like that or what? I didn't even expect it. Rubbish opinions like that. Story not worth considering. Anything like that, just crumple it. Take it out. Okay, we get it. We get it. Just stop. Stop doing your ownage. That's unfair. I said that because I was just thinking in my own way. If Teruya had an accomplice, there would have been a person who objected at the time of being accused as the culprit. Even if not, Teruya would have confessed everything and made a mistake in the end. But what if there was a real criminal and pointed out Tori-kun as the culprit? They would accept the real culprit dies, right? Did you think about a development like the culprit used Tori-kun? Oh, you're using a head. But that wouldn't be it. Even if a culprit secretly works behind Teruya Otori to cover up on his sins, it's impossible to work without him because of the limited circumstances of the arsenal. Even there is an accomplice. If we believe Kurokawa's testimony, at least the only suspect remaining is Iranami. So she can't be. Huh? Wait a minute. have a thought that something passed like a flash in my head just now. No, I am the real culprit. You're relentless. Why are you claiming to be the killer? Even after that, you don't know anything about this case. The more you claim to be the culprit, the more you claim your innocence. Still didn't notice? Let's organize our thoughts. First, Terry's not the culprit. Didn't shoot. What Terry did was call... Yeah, Harlow... Yeah? The culprit who killed Haruhiko himself. In other words, the real culprit did what Terry didn't do, that is. Grabbing a gun to kill Haruhiko, mess up the interior of the arsenal, and finally locking up the door with a plank and grenades. Terry doesn't know what the real culprit did. If you think like that, conversely, the culprit know what Terry did? No, the real culprit wouldn't know what Terry did. As Maker said earlier, what Terry did was unknown to anyone since he was space of the arsenal. Unless the culprit directly sees it or Terry tells them in advance. So yeah, that would be key to know. And here's the killer. Wait, guys. There's something I want to check for a moment. Is this now going to be the time for how long Kinjo was bound up for? What Kurokawa watched during the morning? From that point on, what if someone was hiding inside the arsenal? Would there be such a case? No, I don't think that happened. It was tied up, and I saw Tyra going into the room before. Bigotry. The last time she went to the empty room to the left of the dance hall, she didn't exit the room at all. When did you see this? Well, you're right. I was investigating the empty room all day long. I know why it's empty. And there are only two suspects that Kurokawa has seen. And they don't know what each one has done. In other words, the real culprit doesn't know that Haruhiko received the letter, and they don't know why their hand was ruptured. For some reason, Haruhiko was shot with a gun and killed. Someone who could fit the conditions right now will turn themselves at the start of the trial. They entered the suspect's room with the dog. No one else can commit a crime at this stage. But is this person really the culprit? So, why in the world? Is it really just gonna be Satsuki? So, I was just wrong from minute one, okay? All of you guys won't want to admit it, but I think I know now. The identity of the culprit. But, Maida-kun, you know the killer? The person who satisfies all the conditions as the true culprit of this case. Can only be you. Satsuki. What? Satsuki's the killer? Hooray! You finally came to think of me as the culprit. I'm so glad! He's quite literally the court jester. Wait, Maida. Look at her now. She was picked as the culprit, but she looks rather content. Do you really think that Satsuki's the culprit? Think about it. The only one who could possibly do this is Satsuki. At the beginning of the trial, when Satsuki came out saying she was the culprit, we were really trying to interrogate her to see who she really was. However, Satsuki had no idea of the letter that called Haruhiko and just destroyed her writing. She thought the culprit would know, of course, so not because of these reasons that she wasn't a real culprit. But take a look. The two things mentioned earlier are actually from Terria's doing, not the culprit's. Teria didn't know that there was someone who killed Haruhiko by shooting him with a separate gun. So on the contrary, did the culprit know that Teria sent a letter and destroyed his hand? Probably not. It's impossible to know Terria's actions unless he himself told the culprit in advance. And the real culprit would be the person who doesn't know why the letter was sent to Haruhiko's room. His right hand exploded, even though they didn't know why his hand ended up that way. And there's someone who meets these conditions. The person who confessed in their own voice that they killed Haru by shooting them, but didn't mention about right hand or the letter. And that person is Satsuki. Well, I'm not sure what you're saying because it's difficult, but anyway, that's right. It was me. I killed Haruhiko. I
think Maida-kun's reasoning is making sense, but I don't really understand Satsuki-chan's appearance like that. Why do you do this, Satsuki-chan? Satsuki-chan, I don't know why I'm saying it like that. I'm slurring my words left and right. Why do you like it so much when you're being named as the killer? Kobashi Kawa-kun, close to Satsuki-chan, with their own hands. How can you say it so lightly that you killed him? Weren't you sad? Think again, incompetent. Of course, it's possible to commit the crimes you said. There's only that woman, but that is absolutely not the reaction of the killer. I'm not crazy. It's very normal. Actually, I don't know why Satsuki reacts like that. He keeps saying that she's the culprit. However, I can't think of any other reason. Maida's words makes sense. In fact, at the time, Harriet was not found to be the killer. There was enough to doubt Satsuki because of the circumstances. Maybe, as soon as the trial began, Satsuki couldn't be the culprit. We were stuck in stereotypes. I was metagamed. Okay, man. Okay. And we didn't think about it more thoroughly. Satsuki, I'll check once more. Are you the culprit? Haruhiko, killed him with a gun in your hand. Yeah, that's right. I am the killer. Wait, if you're the real culprit, can you explain why you're so positive? You were like the one constantly appealed to him as the culprit. I don't know. When the trial started, I became bothersome just to make. That's why I just confessed. Oh, that's. Now, if it's decided, go ahead and execute these. So, no. If you sound so refreshingly like that, it didn't look like you were a criminal. On the contrary, I have my doubts too. First place, Satsuki-chan doesn't have the personality to kill. Even though that she's resolute to this point, like Mika said, it would rather seem like we're choosing the wrong killer and we're gonna die together. That's not it at all. I was just telling the truth. What do I do? Try to make sure after identifying the killer, this attitude that Satsuki has. Reaction that defies understanding, like Mekadu said. I don't like this. Can I still, at this point, can I still point Satsuki as the culprit? Everyone stop. Why are you thinking about a crime as possible, but the reaction is weird? Wake up already. The crime is impossible even for Satsuki. Why is that? But, Kinjo. Based on the testimony by Kurokawa, Haruhiko and Teria, and Satsuki entered the Arsenal of Dawn. Of them, Teria was the first to come out of the arsenal, and Haruhiko entered the arsenal. Because he was walking through the corridor with Satsuki just before this point. If they entered the arsenal together, then that means... Perhaps it was at this time that Haruhiko used the gun. And this is likely to be true just by looking at the sounds of the arsenal opening and Satsuki coming out alone from the corridor. Back off, Maeda. You said it with your own words just now. Satsuki kills Haruhiko and gets out of the arsenal all alone. She came out. How'd she lock the door then? It's a clue that you guys found and checked yourselves, right? It is impossible to block the door from the outside in that way. If so, the killer was in the arsenal at least until Maeda and Teria opened the door. However, Satsuki came out of the arsenal before this. Does this sound like she could be... Does this sound like she could still be the killer? Hold up. Let him cook? This is still unaddressed, yeah? Sue Reddit? No, this is Sue Facebook. He is wearing the thin blue line. If you look at Satsuki's reaction, that girl used a weapon, but it seems like she doesn't know that the arsenal was locked. So what? Is Satsuki a ninja now? I said ninja. Ninja, I mean. What was that again? Oh,
Oh, wait. I know. Maybe you didn't know, but what if you use the plank of wood as a barricade? It seems like you were asleep during the trial. How about it? Is there anyone who still thinks Sasuke's the culprit? After listening to Kinja, it seems that Sasuke is really not the culprit. In the end, the problem lies with the arsenal door being locked. Just... we just get to the idea of the reward. Like, it's... I mean, I'm just gonna lock it in this right now. There's no way it's not right? In the end, the problem lies with the arsenal door being locked. If we solve this, there should be no problem even if Sasuke's... Even when you think about it again, it's impossible to put a wood plank inside the arsenal from outside with grenades on it. There's no time frame at all. I think the current prerequisites were all wrong. The public here probably won't solve this mystery. I'd rather go back from the very beginning and reorganize the case instead.
Well, that sounds nice and all, but I hate it when the trial's taking too long, don't you? It's not a warning, but you better wrap things up soon.
The alibis of Dawn, Nokawa's testimony, Harry's behavior, would plank to block the arsenal, and Satsuki's incomprehensible reactions. Maybe. Did we miss something else? Why does Sasuke have that attitude in the first place? Even Kinjo seems to be confused. Her reasoning is at the very core right now. I think Kinjo's right. Locking the door to Satsuki. It's a big problem. The mind is getting more and more complicated. Right now, this is the important aspect of the case. The arsenal door, wood plank, grenades. How to block the door from the outside. Wait, you don't need to go back to the start. If you think about it a little, it should become clear. It's an utter waste of time. Wait a minute. What's the reason for this flash grenade in the smoke screen? At the moment the door opens, the criminal hidden inside escapes through the light and smoke. And the trick to block the arsenal from the inside is solved. But I'm afraid not. This was already mentioned. It's ridiculous when you think about Dark Circle's testimony at the very beginning. It's been seen that Teruya Tori and Satsuki Uranami, both of them, came out of the arsenal. Inside the arsenal, the last one who came out, Satsuki, I'm sure. But opening the door and coming out of the arsenal, since the door was not blocked until the last moment. But, well, in a word, doesn't that mean that the body of Haruhiko was left alone in the arsenal until just before Maeda and I opened the door together in the morning? What is that? It doesn't make any sense. It wasn't that the body was alive and blocked the door alone. No, it's starting to sound creepy somehow. Huh? Tyra, wait a second. What did you just say? Huh? Did I start to get creepy? Not that. Before that. The body moved and blocked the door? Like a zombie from a movie? Well, of course it won't. Such health science is unscientific. It's like the debate in front of our very eyes. It's unscientific.
Hey, what the heck did you say? I'll have you know I'm a cutting-edge science product.
The body moved and blocked the door? Of course, a reality like that does not exist. But, as Teruya said earlier, it was Haru alone who remained in the arsenal until the end. No way. Could it be? The person who blocked the door to the arsenal, that person's identity is... Flash... Yeah, this is the one. What the fuck, man? Okay. Next one up is... Oh, where's the... Come on. There you are. Oh, just... Okay. Bro. Okay. Bro, you can't even reach this one! What the fuck? Bro. Lineage, I hate you. Lineage, I hate you so much. It's honestly fair because it takes a lot to do this English. Just say Haru, please. Bro. There we go. Now the final one. Why is this one not hittable? What is this bullshit? What? This minigame blows. I hope to never see this again. I'm gonna rant about this in the video for like 5 minutes. That's it! It has to be only him. The identity of the person who blocked the door to the arsenal. Really? Maida-kun, do you know who the killer is? I don't think you're about to say it was Kobayashi just because the body moved, right? I was just joking. No. Thanks to Tyra. I could come up with something else. Are you gonna make a DRA vid? I thought you made it clear that I was gonna make the next video about DRA. Like this is really just me streaming it in real time, so y'all can see my first reactions to it. That's right. The only one that could block the arsenal door was no one else other than Haruhiko. Eh? Haruhiko is the culprit. You're saying he committed suicide? But wait, have you forgotten? As Monokuma said, suicide is forbidden. Kill yourself in any way, shape, or form. We'll treat it as a dog's death. Haruhiko was murdered by someone other than himself. That's why Monokuma treated this as a case, and a class trial was held like this. No, Maida never said that he committed suicide. He said that the person who blocked the door to the arsenal is Haruhiko. Yeah. What? Like Maeda said, the person who killed Haruhiko with the gun is the killer, Satsuki. It was impossible for Satsuki. The task of blocking the arsenal was possible for Haruhiko. How about it? This means the reason why Satsuki can't be the culprit is now gone. No, that can't be possible. The fact that Haruhiko blocked the door to the arsenal is just a simple assumption. That may be possible in context, but there's no evidence of this. No evidence? No, there's proof of this. I don't mean ill will just because Haru blocked the door without any evidence. Ninja wouldn't be unaware of this evidence. Why does he argue so much? No, not bother right now. Now the case comes first. The evidence that Haru may have blocked the arsenal door is... Yeah, it would be the unnatural blood sink, right? Yeah. There's evidence. It's the blood. Blood? The blood that's splattered in the arsenal. Everyone's seen it, right?
Wasn't it strange? Wasn't it a little strange looking? Oh, it certainly felt a little weird. Felt like, well, you know, like it was a road made by blood rather than a blood spot. Right. It looks like bloodstains wandering around the arsenal. After Haruhiko was shot. Wouldn't it explain he was bleeding while looking for boards, flash, and smoke grenades? It is plausible, but would it be compelling that Haruhiko himself locked the door of the arsenal simply by looking at his blood? Not reasoning, but a realm of speculation. But it's not a contradiction. Only Haruhiko has a certain possibility, and even if the culprit dragged the body, there's no reason for it. It only leaves evidence behind. No, it is a contradiction. Kinjo. I can see that all Maeda's words were all true. This is so funny, man. But Haruhiko was murdered by a very cruel killer. Let me ask a simple question. Why in the world would the victim help elaborate more tricks for the killer, if not to leave evidence of their crime? The answer is, you don't know about that. Was that a Hama voice? No, it's the very evil voice where the world is imperfect. Mira, I'm scared. I have no idea where this is going. This is all over the place. You don't know about that. But if you wander around emotional things and look at only the information left in the case, it makes sense that it's Haruhiko that just closed the door, even with the process of elimination. This is not about being emotional. This is about the victim helping the killer. There can't be such a thing. Stockholm Syndrome? I don't believe in any of that crap. That kind of thing is psychotic. It's also disproven. Even that requires the premise that the killer had some kindness and gentle behavior towards their victim. But does this reflect reality? The killer showed kindness to Haruhiko. No. Rather, they murdered them in cold blood. Maeda's reasoning is the worst, not to mention forced and far-fetched. Hey, what is this Stockholm Syndrome? It's when victims are held hostage by a robber or kidnapper. Rather, they think of them as their saviors. It's like a phenomenon that antagonizes rescuers, police, etc. And that they take the criminal side. Kinjo, it's weird. If you were the usual you would rather have ruled out such emotional things and rooted it out by logical situations. You said it was being emotional? This is natural. You just don't see it. If the victim who deserves salvation agrees to the obvious evil, it becomes impossible to reason with. The choice is not logical here. Saving them is what I have to do. I can't leave alone your pretentious reasoning. Besides that, there are loopholes in Maeda's reasoning. I'll just do what I have to do. I'll refuse. I'm so with this! Okay, let's go. I'll correct that ridiculous reasoning, Maeda. What the hell are you doing, Kinjo? You know it's best that there's no more to refute here. You're making an unacceptable reasoning from my point of view. That can't happen. And it shouldn't happen. And if there's anything to refute, then I'll do it, Maeda. I am... Chat. Permission to soy out over this? I am soying the fuck out right now. I am... Skipping slash psycho. Oh, that's too much. That's too much. Say something that makes sense, Maeda. Why does the victim become the helper for the killer?
Besides, you listen to Iranami. She tried to kill Haru by herself. She said she shot in self-defense. Not enough to leave more clues on the culprit. Why would they help the killer with his own death? That is a lot of shit to slash down, man. However, it's impossible for Satsuki to block the door to the arsenal. You know this, right? At that point, it was only Haruhiko in the arsenal who could have done this. Natural bloodstains support this fact. Use those blood spots. It's possible to kill and move the body. First, Haruhiko was shot in the chest. Okay. Don't see anything instant. You're wrong, though. You're wrong, though. Wrong, 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 wrong. Even with your own testimony, you're wrong. Kinjo. That's wrong. Haruhiko did not die immediately. You can say what you want, Maeda. As I said, Haruhiko has his chest pierced. Since the bullet hit his body. With a wound like that, he would have no choice but to die immediately. No. Haruhiko did not die immediately. His chest was struck, but the bullet penetrated through Haruhiko without being stuck in his body. Because the amount of shock is relatively less than one that gets stuck, it would have been possible for him to move. Speculations. Anyone can make that claim. Stop it now, Kinjo. This is not speculation. It was you, Tsurugi Kinjo, who told me this. Competent. Is that true? If it's about the bullet pierced, of course, I'm well aware of it, but was it the cop who told you about this? Yes. During the investigation, I thought he would have died because he was shot in the chest first, but Kinjo told me. Heard that his death might not have been immediate, but he could have trouble breathing. But he was able to move for a little more time. At that time, I just said it was a guess only. Kinjo-kun, why are you arguing so much? In this case, it's like Kinjo-kun's the culprit. The name Satsuki-chan is the culprit. And Kobashi Kawa-kun did the back work, but why are you still arguing so much? Shut up, criminal! Haruhiko was murdered. He was also labeled as the victim that I had to protect. A victim who deserved protection. Actually on the killer's side? Something like that. It can't be. Kinjo. Yeah. I can't listen to this far-fetched logic. According to your logic, Izuna Tomori was also a victim, but in reality, he was actually a terrifying bitch who was planning a crime. Are you saying that you would tolerate Tomori's murder plan? That's wrong. In that case, it was due to the accident, not the victim. Also, refuting such a subject to the incompetent, which was Haruhiko Kobushikawa tried to kill Satsuki Iranami. Makes no sense to help him in a situation where it leaves more evidence to the culprit. But look here. The victim you had to protect was the reverse toward after trying to kill someone. They are very good citizens indeed. Whatever that sentence was. No. No. I am... What the hell am I for so many days? For... Kinjo? Kinjo! Kinjo-kun's down! Kinjo, wake up! Kinjo!
Hey! Hold it right there! We're still on trial! If I don't admit going out of the courtroom at your own... I don't admit going out of the courtroom at your own will.
But Kinjo is...
Oh, this is a headache. Hating and getting upset during a trial. It's a taboo to get out of the courtroom during the trial. But I guess it can't be helped. Kinjo-kun, I'll take him to the dormitory. You guys don't have to move. Stay in your seats.
No? Wake him up? Shock him? Water drip torture? Anything? Wake him up?
Everyone's been waiting for a while, right? Kinjo-kun arrived safely to his dorm bed. Don't worry about it, and let's continue the trial. This doesn't make things fun. Now Kinjo-kun's outside the courtroom. The fact that he was sent outside means that he wasn't the culprit. Now the number of people has decreased by 1.
Excuse me?
Dun dun dun.
Kinjo. I'm sure he'll be okay. First time Kinjo looked like that. Is it? As Monokuma said, we're still on trial. Forget about him for now. He's not even dead, is he? Alright. So... where we left off... what was Satsuki? She couldn't... the door to the arsenal. Only Haruhiko. Is it okay to make this decision now? Does anyone have a different opinion? Oh, whoops. I accidentally pressed window key. A different opinion? I think that's the only thing we have. There's no disagreement. Of course, it's logical. As Kinjo Tsurugi said, I also don't understand why Haruhiko Fukushikawa, in the victim's position, helped the killer. That's... well, I don't know either. After all, it's like we won't get a different decision now, right? Then, you name me as the culprit. There'll be no complaints and then no one will be dissatisfied. Wait, not yet. Huh? What else? You said that there was no reason to disagree. Why did Haruhiko Fukushikawa help the killer? It's to help them get away with it? And why this killer is so excited? Same goes for me. Sasuke, the reasoning about this case is over. Perhaps only looking at the reasoning result. I can't argue that Satsuki's the culprit. However, why? Why call yourself the killer? Are you trying to die? Why, you ask? Well, like I said earlier, he became a nuisance, so that's a good reason, right? I'm not good at lying, but I think I do better than Satsuki-chan. Don't mess around. He'll be executed if you let this go. If he died, the truth of this case will remain as a matter that will be solved. I'm a woman who doesn't give up until I know 100% of the problem I've challenged. No boss, okay. Please tell us, Satsuki. If we really are the culprit, you have a duty to take responsibility for your actions. Tell me, when I thought I was the culprit, all I could do was get blamed. What are you trying to hide? Let us hear it, Satsuki. What? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just a culprit. That's all I am. He started shouting. I don't know. Baka. Satsuki. As long as she stays like this, we'll have to force you to open your mouth. Satsuki. About the secret of the incident in which Haru was involved, and the reason for your actions in claiming that you were the real culprit all along. Okay. I'm not gonna follow there just yet, but I hope Satsuki is not the killer.
れが真実だ。
The other pistol? What? Where's the L? I was thrown off for a real second there. What the fuck? The reasoning isn't over yet, Satsuki. Was this easier than Kinji's? I don't remember how many tries it took for me for Kinji's. Huh? It is already over. No, it's not. There's one more thing we've overlooked and crossed. Does anyone recall? Huh? Was there anything like that? Satsuki-chan, isn't the reasoning over? It's about the pistol that destroyed Haruhi with Fukushikawa's right hand. That's right. Because we decided it was Terria's doing earlier, we went over it. Actually, if you think a little bit, it wasn't Teria that destroyed Haruhiko's right hand. What are you saying? That makes no sense, Maeda. I placed the bullet, and Haruhiko grabbed it, and his right hand got wounded. Stupid fool. What you say is true. The gun he touched should have been shattered as well. Why would he have one more remaining intact? Oh, right. Come to think of it, I thought Torikun was Russia's the culprit. He said he didn't know why it ended up like that. That's wrong. I was speaking out of excuses. I think about it again. Haru used the gun that I modified. That gun should have blown up. Teria, are you sure you didn't touch the two guns? Right. I can assure you this. Trust me. I only touched one gun unconditionally. Wait a minute. That won't it get even more weird? Unless Teria-kun did it, why did Kushikawa-kun get caught in the same trap which Tori-kun did and injured his right hand? That can't be deduced by us alone. Except for one person, Satsuki. I don't know. No, you most likely know why. Satsuki, don't you remember? At the beginning of the class trial, you said, Haruhiko tried to shoot you, but then you grabbed a gun and shot him in self-defense and ended up killing him. From here on out, it's just my thoughts. Satsuki's words were true. Even if you think that Haruhiko knew the gun would explode? What? He knew it was going to explode? Deliberately breaking his hand? Is he trying to commit suicide? Maybe so. Let me tell you this. It's just my unfounded imagination, so just listen for now. I don't know how someone changed the bullets in the same manner that Teria did, but it was probably Haruhiko himself who did it. Since the second half of the trial, the word suicide continued to rattle, because this case was just too weird to see as an ordinary murder scenario. But in the end, Haruhiko did not commit suicide. Because Monokuma doesn't deal with suicides, even if he wanted to commit the act, he wouldn't have done it because he just ends as a wasted death. But perhaps he thought about it like this. Haruhiko trying to save Satsuki. Tried to save her? Liberally aiming at Satsuki with a gun that explodes when shooting. Surprised, Satsuki it's suicide by cop. It's suicide by cop. That's literally what happened. Okay. Surprised, Satsuki shoots in response. Even if she shot the floor, she doesn't get hurt, and only his hands fly away. Because Satsuki's shot hit him, death wasn't treated as suicide. Later, when Satsuki leaves in surprise, he remains alone in the arsenal. He himself does the extra effort to make sure the case is even more complicated. Like, for example, blocking the door to the arsenal and messing with the guns. Well, of course, there's no evidence of it. It's just my imagination. The fact that Haruhiko himself, the Haruhiko who blocked the door himself seemed to be trying to help the killer, so I thought it was, so I thought about it as a basis. Haruhiko, in order to save Satsuki, gave up his life? Hold on. It's plausible, but you always finish with the line into your imagination. There's a 0% chance that your confidence words are true. Why? I was listening to Mike and I was rather thinking that that was the truth. Think first. He gave up his life and tried to save someone else? Humans aren't that simple. They would be afraid to do it, even in an ordinary circumstance. But it would be more unreasonable in an extreme situation where there's no food in living like us. But not long ago, Taira threw away her life. Hayami-chan. That's not the case now.
At that time, even the most extreme situation wasn't there, and she didn't save Akane Taira with 100% pure intentions. Did you forget? Ayame Hitano clearly had a desire to save Akane Taira, but she also wanted to escape from there. She committed murder with such a sloppy heart, although she eventually revealed her true face to us. Got back at the absolute best time. Welcome back, Sister. However, in the case of Haruhiko Kobushikawa, like Ayame Hitano, there's not a single reason for themselves. According to the incompetent, he gave up his life 100% purely only to save Satsuki Uranami. No matter how close Haruhiko Kobushikawa was with Satsuki Uranami, it would be absurd to say that they were family members and give up their lives in these extreme circumstances. Of course, that's true. Then it deserves my respects. I know, what I said was an unfounded idea. You didn't really have to refute it like that. Of course, I'm not saying it's absolutely impossible like a crazy guy. I don't think so. But it is absurd if you had been thinking of Satsuki Uranami like that. You would have done something earlier. I don't have a clue. But if Maeda-kun's words are wrong, how would you describe the reason for Kobuchikawa-kun's right hand? He just did that because he was bored. I'll have to think about that more. As expected, it's not going to work out the way I thought. Seems like it's too absurd, as Makoto says. And it's very difficult for someone to make a decision in order to save her life to the point of even giving up her life. Anyways, there's no objections that Satsuki is the culprit, is there? Do we really want to go over Haruhiko's right hand? I'd like this wrapped up as soon as possible. I'm getting bored of it. No, but we have to know the truth of this case. It's true. What? Yuki, you a psychic? It's exactly as if you read someone's mind. But what are you talking about? I don't feel like an adult to keep trying to hide it. Be a nuisance to all of you. I don't think the trial will ever be over at this rate. And, as Yuki said, as long as you can bear murder, how to be responsible for it. Satsuki. Where should I start? Oh yeah. Kobazen came to my room early in the morning. You know, until this moment came, I couldn't imagine how everything played out. Who is it? Kobazen? What's wrong? Walking around a dawn like this. Don't get hungry. I think I'm gonna die hungry than killed. Satsuki, this isn't a joke, so listen to this seriously. I have something to say to you. Kobazen? Okay. Alright. Tell me. It'll take a little time. Follow me for a minute. Kobushikawa? Isn't it the arsenal? Why this place? Satsuki, is your body okay? I haven't eaten anything in a few days now. Is it painful? Yeah, I'm hungry enough to die, but except for that, fine. What is all this what is this all of a sudden? Give me goosebumps. Actually, I have a favor to ask of you. What do you want to ask? Yeah. Okay, you know what? We'll make that our final break screen for the stream. I'll be right back.
I'm back. Alright. Come on, this is supposed to be sad, but what the fuck is heart attack about? Okay, I won't lie. I almost got emotional during those, but I don't know if it's my medication like make me like get like the James Sunderland stare or whatnot, but like I'm or maybe it's just my hyped expectations here. I don't know. I'm just I feel like there's something lacking. Kill me. What are you saying? Did you commit a sin for being a perv? I get it. It's delightful that Kobasing is lusting for his girls. But it's not enough to kill. It actually is. I said I wasn't playing around. Sorry. No. It was my bad. Sorry I shouted out of nowhere. Damn it. How do I explain this? Kobashikawa, are you about to die? I've been thinking all this time. This division was born. It was our fault, right? Even if we had a little more food left, it wouldn't have been so serious. I can't deny it. Besides, until now, Kinjo was guarding the arsenal, so no murder occurred. But eventually Kinjo went crazy. No one's guarding the arsenal right now. If we don't make a decision now, someone will definitely commit a murder. So that's what Kobashikawa wants to say. I mean, that the two of us who are the most guilty will take responsibility? Honestly, I didn't want to involve you. It was me who first suggested to eat the food. I wanted to end up dying if I could. But I remembered Monokuma's words. Murder case must happen in order to escape the ballroom, and suicide's not permitted. And you can't solve it alone. You need someone else's help, but the person who helps you will also be bound to be executed for being the culprit. I'll be in risk of death too. I have no other person to suggest, only Terry or you committed the same crime. But, you know, me and him are in bad ways right now. Of course, I have no intention of to recommend this, but the moment you accept this, you will die, Sasuke. Okay. Okay, yay! What? I'm saying I'll do what Kobasing wants? So suddenly like this? Will you be okay with it? That you're going to die? Well, even if we're in the ballroom, you're gonna die anyways. It's not what I... Rather than staying still like this and watching my friends become murderers, starving them to death, I prefer to save everyone and die with Kobasing. Satsuki! Damn it! I'm really sorry, because of me. You really are a good girl. I don't know why I'm doing this one. However, there's one condition. What? One condition? I don't want to kill Kobasing. So Kobasing, kill me! What? What are you talking about? It's the same no matter what way we die, but why do you want me to die by my hand? If I become the culprit, then I'll be executed by Monokuma then? I hate that. I'd rather be killed by Kobasing. You're going to grab a gun to the arsenal here anyway and kill me. But do you think it hurts a lot when you're shot? Not a pain or a problem. I don't like being killed by a thing like Monokuma. You don't want to? No, there's no way I can kill you. Same goes for me. How can I kill Kobasing? Does she have like a gun on her hip like right now? Just ready to blast? As soon as the vote is finished. There'll be no end to this. Instead of fighting, why don't we just sit down? This is nonsense. That's because Kobazing first looks at me and suggests the impossible thing to kill him. Yeah, well, why do you accept then? And don't do it. It's no good. I've already decided. Then kill me already. And I can't do that. I really value Kobazing, so killing my friend is... I'm not happy that I'm your favorite, okay? Wow! Kobazing's face is... Okay, this is... Wrap it up? Idiot. I'm talking about an important thing here. We're going back and forth. I'm not messing around. Oh, my stomach hurts. I haven't eaten anything. Are you okay? You know, we don't have much time either. It's the fact that I might die tomorrow. In the meantime, the others may be in pain or planning a murder. Everyone's in trouble. Satsuki, what if we do it like this? Have you ever seen a Western movie? And that's how he blown up this gun. Western movie? I haven't seen it, but I know what it is. You walk back and forth in the courtyard, then turn around and shoot at the same time after some time passes? Yeah. Let's decide with that. In the worst case of this, you could kill each other, but it's still not suicide, so the other will be able to live. It's uncomfortable that I have to shoot Kobazing, but... Okay, that would be fair. Let's do it with that. Alright. If it's decided, let's move. Pick one pistol. Kobazing, are you still not done? What's taking you so long to pick up a gun? Wait a minute. Almost done. Okay. Are you ready, Satsuki? I'm not a girl who goes back on their word. Besides, it seems to be more fun to decide this way. Fun, you say? I've already said it again and again, but seriously. I mean, we played a lot of games so far, right? Basketball, running, poker, darts. As a result of doing my best without looking at our fights at all, I thought it was equal. Was it like that? I remember the results of all our previous matches, so probably so far. Kobazing and I have 14 matches, 6 wins, 6 losses, and 2 draws in perfect balance. You really have a good memory on useless places. Suddenly, I thought this was the last game, so it made me feel strange. I can't believe that I'm risking my life at all. If you want to give up now, you can tell me. I really don't want to force you. No, because I'm serious too. Like Kobashikawa said, I'll stop playing around. Are you ready? Yeah. From here, go back and take 3 steps. We'll shoot at the same time after that. Okay. Satsuki! Here you go! Kobashikawa? Aw, man. Well... I did this with my cousin once. Kobushikawa!
Haruhiko! What? Why'd you do this?
Good, Satsuki. The last game was my victory.
That's not what I mean. I mean, why did Kobushikawa's hand explode?
He just did that. Sorry.
I saw it. This is... unbelievable.
Let's do it again! Would you believe it if it somehow was gonna get worse? Not sure what you mean by that. I was worried about what would happen if I died immediately in case I was hit with in a bad spot. Fortunately, looks like I'm still alive. I'll tell you what I can. Sorry, Satsuki. I lied. Because you killed me, wanting to save everyone. That's not the truth. What I really wanted to save was you, Satsuki. Me? It was useless information, so I didn't tell the others because it would just use them, but I was searching for a few days, and I found a badge with the height of Monokuma on it. Because I found it, Monokuma appeared and said that he would give me a prize, and congratulated me on finding the treasure. That's the treasure Monokuma said? It was really here? There, it showed me a photo of me and you. Doing a selfie. Okay, we're kind of doing too much. Just slow the boat for a second. This is no, just like slow it down. It was fine as is. Kobushikawa, even at a time like this, not a joke. It's real. It shows. Our commemorative photo with you as my lover. Shouldn't forget. And then it vanished. Kobushikawa, we've never done such a thing. It's the same for me too. There are no memories of pictures of me and you, let alone kissing. We only met here for the first time a month ago. But why? It doesn't feel odd. Even if that photo was a manipulation, I felt unknown emotions. And I thought that I didn't want to let you die. I have no idea what you're saying, Kobushikawa. Stop it. It's too cheesy. Put up with it. I'm already gonna die anyways. I wanted to say this much. That maybe I've liked you after some point. Even if I die like this. There are guys like Kinjo, Mekuru Maeda, so they'll find out about this in a minute. Kinjo suddenly wakes up, just remembers what he was doing, storms into the courtroom, eavesdrops this entire flashback, and then just slams the door open. I don't give a fuck, murderer. So you better go back to your room. Act as usual. Pretend you don't know anything. Leave the rest to me. Why are you saying that, Kobushikawa? Stop it. Stop talking. No matter how much they think, they won't know that I, the victim, did all these tricks. Part of it was to pretend to shoot you on purpose and give away my right hand. It's a pretty old gun. It can explode while pulling the trigger, even if you put normal bullets on the magazine. Wait, so that was by accident?
Kobushikawa! Can't die!
No, I'm gonna die. And Satsuki can live. Leave it to me. I can't make someone as cheerful and happy as you die like this. But buzzing. I'm sorry for doing this in such a crappy way. And when the trial's over, tell the other guys that you're sorry too. I'm sorry that I fought with Teria. I'm sorry for sacrificing Kinjo and the others. I'm sorry that my feelings don't want Sasuke to sacrifice herself. Damn it. Hurts really badly. Kobazi, don't move! Don't move! Don't die! Of course, I'm doing this in order to die. Once you leave, I have to get the job done. You have to go now, before someone sees this. I hate this. This is wrong. I want to save you. Wait, so in Monokuma's mind, what determined the final cause of death if they both happened at the same time? Please go. This is my last wish. Please listen. I want you to live. But leave. Yeah. Just do that. Thank you, Satsuki. Whether it was real or fake, I still loved you. And then I went back to my room. Kobushikawa said, stayed still until morning. I didn't know what trick Kobushikawa was going to do at that time. I wasn't sure until I heard your story at the trial. This is all I know. Like Yuki said, Kobushing was by me while intentionally trying to save me. In order to confuse you while doing so. In other words, he did everything in order to save me. What is this? This is too much. Haruhiko was apologizing to me? And I tried to kill him. I see now. He saw a letter sent by Teria. Wouldn't go to the arsenal. Nevertheless, the reason Kobushikawa went to the arsenal was because Haruhiko didn't even notice Teria's letter from the very beginning. It was only to sacrifice himself and save only Satsuki. Hold on. How are we gonna make a comic book like this? And why? Why did he do it the same way as Teria Tori? And the gun exploded in his hand the same way. Unless he did some kind of trick and did it in advance. What I thought too. But when Haruhiko chose a gun, he was doing something in the corner for a long time. The kind of guy was telling me that guns weren't fun as usual, so I wondered if he had some kind of knowledge about them. That stupid idiot. Feel like he gave up his life for alright character development here? And you just kicked the opportunity that he erased to let you survive. What are you thinking? I don't understand this at all. I know that Kobushikawa liked me, and he didn't want to do this. After all this, I've been struggling a lot since then. To be honest, it wasn't the flashback, but the scenes after that got me. We are all in clown mode right now. Until the class trial was held. I don't think that's the way. It's so unreasonable for all of you to die for just one person, right? I feel sorry for betraying Kobushikawa, but I'll be happier if you guys live. How can that be? Blood-related familiar actions are a law that puts one's life most importantly. For people you have just met. Well, I'm not the smartest maker, so I don't think I can give you a very cool reason for it. I just told myself that I was a culprit. Because it makes sense, because it makes me convince myself that I did this. But then, why? Why did you just say everything from the very beginning and hide the truth more suspiciously? You just didn't even say the backstory. You just said you're the killer, so it's a rather confusing reasoning. Lineage, why did you write it this way? Because the story compelled it. That was because of Kobushikawa. I decided to take a chance between all of you in order to save me. Because of this, especially if Kinjo finds out, it would have seemed from Kobushikawa's view, who had already died, that I would have insulted him. I didn't want to do anything that would put more disgrace on Kobushikawa anymore. Because he already died trying to save my life. That's why I told you at the end. Still, I don't think badly of Kobishikawa. He wouldn't have thought of this, and if it wasn't for Kobishikawa, we wouldn't have all died. It's like, he would have all died. We would have all died. Blech. I am muffling my words right now. Such a thing. It's not possible. Satsuki-chan, are you really satisfied with that? Even if we live, you'll die. No, I'm fine dying, but why are you all so worried? I'm very fine with my choice. No matter what happens, don't forget to smile. It's one of the teachings of my own brother. It's my belief too. But after Haruhiko died, you cried, right? That's off topic. I just think Satsuki wasn't sorry. Satsuki. Yuki. Thanks to Yuki, I was able to do everything, rather... I feel relieved. Yeah, I was impressed to see Maeda come up with the whole truth about Kobishikawa. Yuki's a real teacher in my heart. I did not know she was capable of throwing this level of shade at Ray right now. Well done, Yuki. I think we can finish the trial soon. Can you give me a comic book? Give me that thing, yo. That? Yeah, that. Climax reasoning, let's go. Do you not know the story of the translation? It was done by a fan who doesn't know Korean. And mostly machine translated it. I think it would be bad, but wanting people to have someone like, yeah, no, I've said it multiple times that I'm pretty aware. That this was like a pretty, like this was a pretty scrappy work in translating. I'm not really like just so we're clear, whenever I rip on like the dialogue or whatever, I'm not really being that serious about it. It's really only in jest. Are your tears ready? There are no tears here. Sorry. Thankfully, the second game is better, especially if you go for the first two chapters. How much of the English dub is done? Because ideally, I would like to save my voice. Okay. I will say that, but this time I don't really see for like a book. Okay.
これが事件の全部だよ。
How do I get around joke? I get joked around with it. Lol, the game help us. Oh, I don't know you said it before, so it doesn't sound like you probably. No. It's kind of hard to reach that conclusion when like before every trial. I forget the name. I think it was like Zephyr or whatever. I keep saying that he did the credit alongside the YouTube link, I think. Comics are cool throughout this game, and the second one because you're watching its own. One, yeah, that one. Well, yeah, 100%. And the first two chapters are dubbed for SEO race here. The third one is supposed to be. I guess we'll cross the bridge when we come to it, but I suppose we'll I'll maybe do like the English dub for like what's currently existing and just mow through. First, this case begins with not from the criminal nor the victim, but from Terry. Terry couldn't stand the extreme situation and began working out a plan to kill Haruhiko, the victim of this case. Terry first started to write a note to Haruhiko asking him to come to the arsenal. This was done with the paper and pen that only Terry had in the ballroom, but there was nothing else other than weapons. Okay, I'm still a little annoyed that he just got away with it. With just keeping that. Terry, who had finished writing the note, then put the note in the doorframe of Haruhiko's room. It was the same way that Mitch did in the first one. Then Terya put the note safely into the room. First entered the arsenal before Haru went. This was in order to do some work. The task was to load non-standard bullets into a pistol magazine. When a person shoots from the pistol in that state, the gun explodes from the inside and destroys the hand of the person who used it. Terya used this method to let Haru use the gun and thinking of making him shoot. And that's the reason he went to the arsenal before anyone else. Having done everything he needed to, Terya quickly returned to his room and waited for Haru to come out again. What's up? I'm here at the start of the stream and nowhere near the end. I don't even know if you can hear this right now, but hey, welcome. Have a fun time watching this. Terya's plan was to enter the arsenal later on with him. However, as Terya returns to his room and watches the hallway, he fell asleep due to the accumulated fatigue. I can't get back to your... Oh, okay. This was everything Terya had influence on in this case. Meanwhile, at that time, Haruhiko was probably having a lot of trouble thinking in his room. As we just heard, Haru was already planning to save someone dear to them, the cause of his own life. Originally, he felt responsible for running out of food, but the discovery of the treasure was the trigger to start his life-threatening plan. As the situation gets more and more extreme, Haruhiko feels like he can't wait any longer and begins acting. He decides to meet with the person who was chosen as the culprit. At this time, whether Haruhiko saw Terya's note or not is uncertain, but it's very likely he didn't pay attention to it in the first place because he was immersed in his own thoughts. Haruhiko's plan was also a plan that took place in the arsenal. But if he saw the note calling him into the arsenal, he wouldn't have headed there in the first place. Either by luck or by misfortune, if Terya hadn't fallen asleep, a fairly complicated mess would have unfolded. After a while, Haruhiko safely met the culprit. Until then, the culprit hadn't even realized the true purpose of this case. Haruhiko asked the culprit to quietly follow them into the arsenal. They went to the arsenal side by side. So this reminds me of that one scene where Higurashi, where Ruin is like prying through the door. One may have thought no one would know. But in fact, all the action that Terya and Beast while walking around, the corridor up to this one were being shown to Kurokawa. She wasn't sleeping from the very start and was keeping watch of the hallway. In actuality, it was Kurokawa that upped the most of the weight into solving the mystery of this crime. Reminds me of Sakamoto days, the old man. You know, Bael. Because Terya went to sleep, Killer and Haru had entered the arsenal without anyone's interference. Only then, Haruhiko, who was alone with the culprit, confessed his feelings. I think it went this way. Someone was going to do the murder and asked them to kill themselves before that to save everyone. So this is what they asked the culprit to do. Once they accept, the culprit would also be executed for committing murder. It was a certain death. But Haruhiko didn't want to force them into making such a difficult task. But the culprit did not hesitate to respond to Haru's proposal. However, the culprit refused to kill Haruhiko himself. Conversely, they told Haruhiko to kill them instead. No, you hang up. Haruhiko did not want to kill the culprit as the culprit did not want to kill him, and they kept arguing with each other in vain for a while. Haruhiko, who thought there would be no end after going like this, was determined to make a fair suggestion to both sides and asked to shoot each other at the same time, just like a game in a Western movie. In the worst case scenario, both could have been shot and died by each other's hand. It didn't violate the two's goal of saving the others, but the culprit agreed with this proposal and began preparing. The culprit and Haruhiko were choosing a gun for each other, and we heard that Haruhiko was in the corner. It was probably to manipulate the magazine with the bullets it displays. We all know the consequences of this. Indeed, Haruhiko did the same thing that Teria did earlier. It was to load it with non-standard bullets. How Haruhiko did the same thing as Teria, I'm not exactly sure whether it was coincidence or not. Or maybe it was because Haruhiko had a lot of interest in firearms from the beginning. I think he accidentally came up with that method by chance. Either way, there's only one reason Haruhiko did this. He didn't want to shoot the culprit. Two of them, ready to go, stand a few steps away and pointed their guns at each other after turning around. But even though the culprit sincerely tried to shoot Haruhiko, he was the one who lucid them from the very beginning. And so, as Haruhiko intended, his hand was destroyed and he was shot by the culprit at the same time. The culprit, who couldn't understand the situation, ran to Haruhiko. Then Haru told them the truth. It wasn't us that Haru really wanted to save. It was the culprit themselves. Although Haruhiko was dying, hoping that the culprit would survive, and he said he would do the rest to save them since he still was leading one last act. The culprit was unconvinced, but soon they decided to accept Haruhiko's last request, and left Haru the job once they got out of the arsenal. Of course, the trail of this was also being monitored by Kurokawa. After confirming that the culprit was safely gone, Haruhiko began the final cleanup while keeping a short life as much as he could. First, Haruhiko picked up the flash and smoke grenades from the arsenal. And likewise, put a wooden plank inside the arsenal door between the handles, and then put the flash and smoke grenades on top of it. This could be done by the people inside. Thanks to that, there was a lot of difficulty when we tried to reason it out. The plank served to make the door be forced to open while being crushed, causing the grenades on top to naturally fall on the floor and activate. Subsequently, Haruhiko messing around in the arsenal to make it look like the culprit did it, although it didn't connect to anything. And as a result of repeating a series of processes of blocking the door and cluttering the interior, Haruhiko's bloodstains were all over the place, creating an unnatural bloodstain like a path of blood. Haru, who finished everything just before his life, ends reaching his feelings of dissatisfaction, because he was able to save someone they cherished. But in the end, later in the trial, the culprit confessed by their own will. However, we weren't able to know that it was Haruhiko and all of this. All this happened at dawn, and later in the morning, Harry and I broke into the arsenal and Haruhiko's body was found. In fact, in this case, the person who would be called the culprit was close to Haruhiko, and the culprit who just lost his life was the victim himself who actually finished this trip. Even at the cost of his life. Why didn't he close his eyes? Horror. Come on. Slayer. The culprit of this incident. The identity of the killer who loved Haruhiko cherished and wanted him to live so much.
Satsuki Uranami. It was you!
Oh, this time it was actually centered. What the fuck?
Perfect. Indeed. Maeda has a good reasoning, but maybe you have a talent for organizing cases too?
I'm not happy at all. Satsuki Uranami.
Satsuki-chan. Why's the boot so sad? I didn't go out to see you like this.
Satsuki. Always been like that. You're a strong girl. Much more stronger than me.
Is that a compliment? Hehe. I don't know if it's strength or not, but even at times like these, it's my goal to be happy even in the worst atmosphere. Well then, Maeda's reasoning is over now. Shall we get to voting time?
Satsuki. You really do that? You just die and not being scared?
I don't want to die. Of course I'm scared, but it's already gone water. What else can I do but accept it? At least not all of you will die, because you all can live by sacrificing only one. I'm satisfied with that.
I cannot believe we all did that in one go. Sona medals too. Proud.
Hey, Mr. Iranami. Why do you keep trying to go ahead of the trial here? I'm the best. Oh well, it doesn't matter. It seems like you guys reached a conclusion. And that's all. Now you guys, vote with the switch in front of your hands. Who will be chosen as the Blackened?
Yeah. Yeah, I told you this chapter was good. I enjoyed it. It still has some flaws, of course, but yeah. I enjoyed it quite a bit. The true goal of this trial was to get coins. Get your money up.
The voting ended unanimously. The culprit of this case, and the Blackened is. The identity of the Blackened who killed Kobashi Kawakun was Miss Satsuki Uranami. You guys were right. Congratulations! Actually, what is with this case? A murder case, it's not a murder. I knew it would be more if it would be like this. I would have made the rules more thoroughly. Hey! Isn't it already too late?
Imagine if they did all that and Monokuma said it was wrong. Sorry. Suicide.
Hey, everyone? You guys are doing it badly. How is the person in charge of this? Pardon. Could you be a little brighter? No way I can be happy. Satsuki-chan's going to die now. People. Satsuki worked so hard for us from her own life. Couldn't do anything even after reaching the point. You're wrong. It's not that you can't do anything. Satsuki? Yuki, didn't I tell you before? Hope is not to be found, but to be created. You know, I decided to save you all by sacrificing myself.
Because that was my own way of creating hope. What do you mean? If I survive by myself, it would be meaningless to live in a world where there's no fun and no Kobezing around. And more than anything, my power to defeat that guy is not enough. Huh? I'm smiling right now, but I'm more angry than anyone inside. I hate the mastermind. Don't you guys? Being treated like this because of that big dummy. If it wasn't for him, Kobashikawa wouldn't have died. Maki died, Higa died. I mean, Higa's fine. Tamori died, Hitano died. Yamaguchi wouldn't have died, Nori wouldn't have to die, or Haru either. We know that. Even if we don't say it. If it wasn't for Monokuma's influence, we would have entered Hope's Peak safely and had a pleasant school life. That's right. Although more than half of our friends have already died. I want to defeat Monokuma no matter what happens. I want to punish it, I want to smash it. Hey! Why are you saying all that stuff in front of someone else's face? So, I'll bet my own hope on all of you. On us? I never wanted much. I'll be leaving this world soon. I just have one thing. No, wait. Promise me two things. Just realizing this floating in comparison to the harassment that is Nagito trying to off himself for hope? Well, because Nagito low-key killed himself out of spite. 1. Be sure to survive. For Kobezing and me. 2. That Monokuma guy. Please give it a good beating to that mastermind. Full paid revenge. Satsuki-chan. This is bad. Really bad. You dare agitate the students as you wander in front of me? The headmaster of the school even insult me in my presence? Annoying. Anyways, Miss Uranami is chosen as the blackman, so she's to be punished in the end. You won't make fun of me anymore when I'm done with you. In that regard, I've prepared a very special punishment for the ultimate clown, Satsuki Uranami, for your crime. Come and give it your best shot. I'm not afraid of anything like you. My friends would definitely kick your sorry butt. Wait, Satsuki, you don't need to be executed. I'd rather die. It's my fault too. I'm a sinner too. It was me who tried to commit a murder. I'm supposed to die. Akuma, execute me. Satsuki's done nothing wrong. Now then, let's go. A very heart-pounding punish. Monokuma, hold on a minute. What? Here's your tipsy. Way to ruin my mood. Let me say to my friends a few last words. Teria, can someone tell you? No one's bad. Monokuma's the bad thing here. Everything's because of that thing. Teria keeps feeling guilty. You try harder to cast the mastermind. You don't need to be sorry at all, but if you gotta make atonement, then that's the end. Satsuki. For you, Taira. Taira's strong. You have a very strong heart to overcome Ayami's death. You just keep supporting everyone like you always do. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Satsuki-chan. Thank you. Thanks to Bigotry. It's the first time I've seen Bigotry act so surprised. I don't know what makes her so surprised about, but as long as Kinjo's in that shape, everyone needs a genius like Bigotry. And this is kind of an unreasonable request, but please try to cooperate with everyone and find the mastermind who brought this terrible misfortune on all of its victims. Kurokawa. Stop! Shut up! Who said I was waiting for your long speech? Don't say anything disgusting with the smell of hope. Punishment time begins! Huh? It's too much. When the villain was found out, you're supposed to wait for them. Let's go hard! Punishment time! Kurokawa and Maeda, I didn't get to say anything to you guys, but I'll leave the rest of you guys. Oh, and one more thing, I almost forgot. Kobezing, I love you! Well, he's not gonna hear that, buddy. Just that's when we meet him. Okay, I want to see a blackman kill himself for an execution. I'm surprised that did not happen. I like high-key thought she was just gonna off herself. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's bleak. How did she end up there anyway?
They ended up like that, trying to play a hopeless game. Adios, funny red-nosed lady. Satsuki-chan. No.
Damn it.
Damn it! What do you think? Sad, right? Desperate, isn't it? What a lame hope. You guys won't be able to do a thing before you punish me.
No, that isn't.
What was that? Aida?
Who says I'm desperate? I'm not like that at all, right? Aida-kun? Of course, I'm really sad that Satsuki died, but I have fully inherited Satsuki's will. He won't stop us anymore. After I came to Hope Peak Academy, I'm more full of fighting spirit than ever. Monokuma,
Did you suddenly take your medicine? There's nothing scary about burning raw spirit alone, though.
hi. Hey Kitsune, welcome to the stream. I imagine you're a new person here, so it's really funny that you're coming in now when it's the literal end of this chapter. He's not alone. Make it? From this moment on, I'll retract my previous solo actions. I'll cooperate. Put Monokuma into the trash. Oh my god, Mekiru-chan. What kind of change is this? Don't be mistaken. I'm not trying to play friends here. I now owe a debt. Because of that, I have to pay it off.
Why is Mikiru suddenly doing this again? This Mikiru just needs to do as well as before.
Who killed who? Satsuki killed Haruhiko, there you go.
Poking around and having fun. Why should you care about Miss Iranami?
Shut the hell up. Iranami Satsuki is a human being that deserves respect. I've seen this for the first time, ever since I was born in this world. To be able to give up one's life so purely for others. That is what I would call true hope. It was a life that guy tried to save anyways. I'm fed up with the murder games that are not fun. Murder games that are getting boring. Doesn't that seem like the perfect time to beat you down? Monokuma? No, rather. The mastermind controlling you from the shadows.
Huh? No matter what you try, you can't do anything. It's already beyond your own grasp.
No. It was you who kept us in the ballroom. We made up our minds right before they died. You were run out of ideas. We already know a lot more about you than you can imagine. Now, it's you who's cornered. Well, I don't know, but you suck! Everyone's working hard. So I will too. I'll do my share for Haruhiko's sake. Me too. We'll definitely get you, Monokuma. I'll avenge my friends who died so far.
What's with these guys? They're in despair. They're burning with fight alone. You guys are bluffing. Can't do a thing anyways. You'll find out soon. That you're the only one left with despair.
And the kid's just like, I hate everything here. And so, the 4th class trial ended. We lost 2 of our friends, Haruhiko and Satsuki. Couldn't be exchanged for anything. The will the 2 gave us was definitely engraved in our very souls. We're not afraid. Step by step from now on. Be a big leap towards true hope. And they're going to Kinto's room. Kinjo, I just saw some bullshit. I feel like if like this killing game is like televised to anyone, like Kinjo is just like sitting there in like his bed as like a live Tucker reaction, like style moment, like he cannot believe this shit. Kinjo, Kinjo, can you hear me? Answer me if you're awake. Immediately after leaving the workroom, Meguru, who finally offered to cooperate with us, disappeared before we could call her. Everyone except for Meguru went to check on Kinjo's condition. However, Kinjo was silent. We had no choice but to go back to our room to a little cluttered feeling. But who is it? Is it morning? Not even 7 a.m.? Hey, come already, Maeda! What? Wait a minute. Why did you take so long to answer? Was it because to feed information to the mastermind? Meguru? What's a moody expression you got? No, it's Meguru coming to my room. I wonder if the sky's gonna divide in two now. Can't be helped. As I mentioned yesterday, I decided to cooperate with you in order to defeat the mastermind. I know that, but why did you suddenly change your mind? I told you, I'm going to follow Uranami's idea. Hana was a great person, but Uranami's more than that. She's a human who can... It's Maeda. Don't make me say useless things. You're always drowning in every story, aren't you? Sorry. Also, now you call me by my name now. Stop pointing things out! So? Are you just satisfied? Want to be called incompetent for the rest of your life? No. Of course not. It's better to be called by my own name. It's a bit embarrassing to be nicknamed incompetent. So, accurate. I haven't admitted yet. I don't want to be friends, but I want to have the least courtesy as long as I have decided to cooperate. Meguru tends to be weird like this. She looks down on us and ignores us, but she doesn't do it recklessly. She admits something that can be admitted whenever necessary. Stop talking about nonsense. I'll come to my room right now. What? Meguru's room? What are we doing today? Suddenly asked me for that. I don't care if you got feelings for me. Shut up and follow me. I'm getting tired already. Oh, Raychan. It's a little classroom. Did you bring my Aikun? Tyra? Or in Kurokawa too. Don't do that shit show. How many times must I repeat you're not my friends? Everyone. What happened? It looks like Meguru came out of her room and Adon and called us one by one. Teria. Toggles. This one was Haru's. Left in the dressing room. I brought her. It's an atonement for myself. And also a commitment to continue Haru's will. I need to move forward. That's right. The efforts that Kobashi-Kawa-kun and Hazuki-chan should never forget. The will of our friends who have died so far, but we can't just be sad anymore. Now's the time for us to fight back. Bit by bit. Very little, but something is starting to change and starts to move. Hope is not to find it, but only these words struck on my mind. So, why'd you call us? This is an operational meeting. As long as I decide to cooperate, everyone here will beat up Monokuma, and together we shall escape. Raychan, being an ally makes you feel so reliable now. Everyone here... Wait, what do we do about Kinjo? Look at that guy. It's a statue. It's actually catatonic. Doesn't respond to anything, and I don't even know if we'll ever wake up, but even if he wakes up, I'm not certain they will ever recover. Then, of course, if we have him, he should be comfortable. But throw away your lingering regrets. You have no choice but to strike out, because I have the fighting spirit from you. I choose to cooperate. Mikado, staying away from us till now. Have you found out something? A lot of things. Those of you who have not found anything are more curious. First off... Oh, wait a minute. There can be a surveillance camera here too. Are you okay with that? You an idiot? Of course I know. I called you into my own room. My room is the only one that I can jam surveillance cameras. To put it bluntly, instant jamming. What? Instant jamming? Tori-kun, do you know what she's saying? Not at all. My room is safe. The words here will not be leaked in the mastermind, and our appearance is not visible. Really? Amazing. How did you do it? Power room, audio-visual room, and I assembled some useful parts from the warehouse. I made it. It's only a temporary measure, so even if it's not perfect, it'll be safe. Hikaru, you didn't just spend time alone. Of course not. You better thank me for inviting you. I have a quick pull for this chat right now. There you go. So, the first goal is to find out the identity of the mastermind? Of course, that is the most important thing, but for that, let's look at preconditions. Conditions? Why did we get involved in this division? I mean, it's the biggest mystery. Why did Hope Speak Academy become this way? Why doesn't anyone come to save us? That's the first thing we said to the others, right? At that time, they were both Kinjo and Makedo, but no conclusion was made. No, unlike them, there was one fact I do know. First, I thought it was a hypothesis because it was nonsense, but I was convinced after yesterday. Makedo, you don't mean... Yes, it's a fact. A considerable amount of time has already passed since we entered the school. The truth is, don't remember it. Hikaku-chan? Also, I know you react when we talk about this Mikako Kurokawa. What? What's this all of a sudden? I'm obviously deeply grateful to Satsuki, and thanks to her, I was told to cooperate in order to punish the master. But before that, there's a traitor we must catch. Mikako Kurokawa, you know something. Honestly, I'm dubious about your true nature. Tell me everything you know. Can't. Then I'll consider you in the mastermind side. No way. Is this true? This is nonsense, right? No. Trust me, I think she's fine. If you're innocent, tell me the facts that you know. You do know that there's not only one or two suspicious actions you've done so far, right? Is she a robot? Quick, someone cut her right now. Jeff, why'd you show your mouth? Are there any circumstances you can't tell us? Make it. Don't do that too much. Kurokawa has to calm down before... Oh, it's just the morning announcement. Morning announcement. 37 a.m. That's not the problem right now.
All right. Almost forgot. I don't know if everyone had a good night, but I want everyone to please go to the gym. I have some great news to inform you. See you soon.
What? I'll leave this story for later. But just so you know, I won't move on this time. Mikako Kurokawa. This is great news. Only been a day since the trial was over, and suddenly... We'll just have to go. You have no choice. Megidun Kurokawa. The air that seemed to flow smoothly got tense in an instant. In this tense mood, Monokuma shows up to add even more anxiety. Go over to the gym as Monokuma said, without concealing up on the unpleasantness. There was a reality waiting for us that we could not imagine. First thing we knew as soon as we entered the gym was that Kinjo didn't come. Monokuma didn't say anything. It only means he still fainted. But the fact is so casually forgotten because of more shocking scene unfolding in the gym. Huh? A guy? That's... What does he even do?
Everyone's here! The class trial ended yesterday, but I'm sorry for calling again so suddenly. And no matter what, there were things I had to tell you. It's a bit early. I'll announce the motive. A surprise motive event. Introducing the transfer student. This time I've transferred to Hope Speak Academy. The ultimate inventor, Yamato Kisaragi-kun. Please greet him with an applause.
Kisaragi? Nonsense. Yamatoni? A suspicious figure who suddenly appeared at the transfer student. This appearance, the situation began to unfold like a roller coaster. Alright, buddy. God damn it. Okay. Well, wow, much to think there. Saskia is alive, right, Mira? Buddy. Yeah, honestly, I had a lot of fun with that chapter. I don't think it's the best thing. It's good, just not great for me. I just think there could have been a bit more with one with at least with a bit of clearing up of some stuff. And these are probably going to be nitpicks on my end. Two, the execution felt a little lacking. I don't know. I can't say I was really gripped by like I certainly cared for it, but like what's the name? It just missed that like certain punch to it. What else was I thinking? Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. Once again, Kinjo remains the fun part of ND trials. I completely thought that was gonna be his time. Yeah. Otherwise, like outside of a certain out of certain like logistical issues, like the right to left stuff that like just created more confusion than anything, and the and like how Monokuma knew what exactly killed him. Like whether it was like his hand blowing up or like the lungs or whatever. I had a lot of fun with this. The trials were still very easy to get. And outside of that one, like, fully on Korean minigame, this was a blast. I can't imagine where this goes next. Is there anything that I want to say right now? Anything else? I mean, I can't imagine that Kinjo isn't going to die in some way this chapter. Can you get some more on Hinge chapter? Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, again, I'm obviously not going to continue here on because we're kind of going over time. It's like 10 p.m. right now. But yeah, thanks for everyone for coming in. Feel free to ask any questions that you have right now. While I talk your ear off. But if you aren't in the Discord or anything like that, or if you didn't see the streams, obviously, tomorrow tomorrow won't be another Danganronpa another stream, but just gonna be like a break stream of me just playing the Limbus Company. It's not gonna be something that I already don't know because I am obsessed with this project and this franchise. But you'll be seeing my polls and everything with the new event. Mirror dungeon stuff? Yeah, it'll be a bit of mirror dungeon stuff, plus the like the rerun with like the voice acting and stuff. Because it is the rerun of the Murder to Warp Express. Yeah, you'll see whether or not I have I actually have good luck or not, and you'll see me being very responsible with the tickets I've pulled thus far. But yeah, I'll leave that for there. Feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. If you want to ask any questions or stuff like that, or if you want to get notified of any future streams. For now, though, I'll be heading out for now. Hopefully, there won't be a late stream for tomorrow. But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everyone. I'll see you next time. Peace.